Okay, we're good. Okay, welcome to our quarterly meeting of Rehabilitation Council of Texas. I'm Gennady Goldenstein, the chairperson. This is a hybrid meeting. Some folks are with us here in Austin, and some folks are with us online. So welcome to the council members. Welcome to the TWC staff. Welcome to members of the public. A few logistics matters. We are taking signups for public comment. There are two ways to sign up. One is to send an email to the address in the agenda. And another one is just put in a comment into the Q&A section of the Zoom chat, and we will add you to the list. We're taking public comment signups for both this afternoon at I believe 4:45 p.m. today, 4:45 p.m. and for tomorrow at 12:55 p.m. We will stop signups at about 4 o'clock today. So if you have an interest, please put the request in. We're also are today without our coordinator, who had some personal issues to take care of. So if you're a little bit disorganized, with some documents or something like that, that's the reason we are relying on her pretty heavily. So be patient with us if some document doesn't show up on time or something is not perfect on the technical elements. And that's pretty much the main areas that are administrative. As always, be aware of the mics, be aware of the background noise. If you're not talking, mute yourself. For the folks in the room, the mics we're using, you have to use the button to control. Green light means it's on, amber or blank means it's unmute. So unmute yourself as you see fit. And that takes care of all of the logistical matters. Now, I always like to start us off with a bit of a theme. And for this meeting, I was thinking a little bit about Olympics as I was driving down from Dallas to Austin. And Olympics are, they're fascinating, right? They happen every 4 years. They're never, ever without any controversy. There's always seems to be some sort of controversy. Always. Ever since I was a kid, I love Olympics. I love various events. But there's always controversy. Always, whether it's corruption, whether it's something else. This time around, everybody seems to become a art historian. Always controversy. But yet, when an athletic event starts, if you're Katie Ledecky on the edge of the pool, or you're Simone Biles, or you're Sha'Carri Richardson, they have this amazing ability to ignore the fluff, ignore all of the other matters that are happening around them. They're just focusing specifically on the mission at hand, on that sprint, on that swim, on that event on the rings or something like that. And it's this remarkable ability to ignore the bullshit, forgive my language, and focus on what's important. And that's a very, very powerful character trait. And I think that's also hugely powerful character trait to have in VR. I'm talking about our providers. I'm talking about our counselors. I'm talking about the folks who deal with providing the best VR services possible to our customers, that are providing the best possible opportunities for the Texans with disabilities to have a meaningful, impactful employment and a career. And it's this ability to just focus on the mission despite of everything that's happening around them, is something I want to celebrate today and tomorrow. And it's something I want us to focus on as we go through our agenda. There's a lot of topics on the agenda. A lot of them are around our VR staff, around our providers. And as we go through all of that, let's keep that in mind. How do we make sure that those folks can embrace this character trait of focusing on the mission and we either remove the quote unquote bullshit, or at least make the bullshit as least disturbing to them as possible. So let's keep that in mind over the next 2 days we spend together. I want now to offer the floor to, do we have any TWC commissioners on the line? I don't see any as I look at the folks on the line. All right, we'll keep an eye on. We always like to have our commissioners join us at the beginning of the meeting and offer a few words. Sometimes they can make it, sometimes they cannot. I want to welcome to the floor Executive Director Serna to give us an update on what's happening within TWC in a broader sense.
All right. Well, good. I was going to say good morning, but it's already 10 minutes after morning. So good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity as usual, this time in person, which is kind of neat, and still online. And this is the way we do meetings at TWC anyway. Our internal meetings is their hybrid. A lot of stuff is going on. There are no more quiet periods in state government. I've got over 38 years in state government. This is my 6th state agency. Early in my career, maybe it's because of what I used to do, there were little lull times. But that was true as I advanced in my career. There used to be lull times in the summer, lull times between sessions. Now there are no lull times at all, period. And it's not just because of TWC or here at TWC, it's just the nature of the world. So for us, while it is not an incredibly busy time, it is not a lull time either. We have staff working on our legislative appropriations request. We have other staff working with the commission offices to put together legislative initiatives that we hope to gain sponsors for in the legislature. And then we also have staff working on our operating budget. And then all the rest of our staff are just doing what they do every day, day in and day out, serving our customers, both our internal customers for our administrative staff, and more importantly, our external customers for our program staff, specifically VR, unemployment insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A couple of disasters have occurred, natural disasters, not at the agency, but in Texas that we're dealing with. We try to make sure that all of our customers are still served and get what they need, but especially in VR because of the special needs that they have. But then you have to remember that when those natural disasters occur, they affect our counselors, they affect our employees in those areas as well. And the one thing I'm very pleased to report is, despite what has happened to their homes, what has happened in their families, our employees pick themselves up as quickly as possible and then get back to serving their customers who are going through their home being flooded or other challenges of being able to get to work, get to training, equipment ruined that they needed in order to overcome a disability. And our counselors, our RAs, our staff in those affected areas still focus on their customers. They don't say, hey, look, I've got to take care of my own stuff, so I'm out for a week. They don't do that. And maybe take a day, can I have a day here, can I have a day there because half my roof is missing. But beyond that, they go on to serve our customers. So I'm very pleased to report that we've continued to serve our customers, and specifically our vocational rehabilitation customers during these couple of natural disasters that we had experienced. First, a straight line wind and flooding in East Texas, and then of course, Hurricane Beryl. The other thing that we're doing, I mentioned earlier, we're working on our legislative appropriations request. I think I mentioned this last time. If not, I'm going to mention it this time and make sure it is understood. We're going to be asking for an exceptional item. So the way the process works, for those of you all that don't know, is when an agency submits their legislative appropriations request, that's our request for funding for 2 years, and that 2 years starts September 1st of 25 for this upcoming session. You submit your base budget, then anything extra that you didn't have in the past, you ask for is an exceptional item. Well, we have an exceptional item where we're going to be asking for additional general revenue to ensure that we can draw down the maximum amount that is available to us in vocational rehabilitation, for vocational rehabilitation services. And we're going to set it up so that we have a little bit extra sitting there, unused. So when other states don't use all of their funds, then we intend to be able to say, okay, I'll take it. I've got this much that we can match. So let's draw down even more. We're not going to be in a situation again, I hope, and I'll tell you why I only hope this. We're not going to be in a situation again where we don't have the funding that we need, and our counselors and our customers and others that are interested in us are concerned about our ability to serve all of our customers. We're not going to repeat that. Where we might repeat it is because demand has grown even beyond what we are projecting now. And our projections are pretty steep in an upward trend. So if demand continues to grow beyond what we're even expecting, that would be the only circumstance. But you know what? That's not a bad situation, because it means that more people know of the services that we can provide. More people are availing themselves to our services. And then we'll work with state leadership to see how we address that before the next session comes along. So that's one of the things that's in our appropriations request as an exceptional item. Now the interesting thing about exceptional items is they always deal with those at the end, or towards the end of the appropriations process. So we're on pins and needles. But as long as we get it included in the bill pattern that's being discussed by the legislature, then we feel real comfortable. And so far, though they haven't started yet, our preliminary conversations, my preliminary conversations with a few legislative members indicate support for everything that we're doing, especially in our vocational rehab area. So we're going to continue to do that. The other struggle that we have is like every business in Texas, or almost every business in Texas, we struggle with hiring qualified individuals. And we're finding an interesting anomaly in a couple of areas. We're beginning to find that artificial intelligence is being used to submit resumes and applications. And when we talk to the individuals, God, they're sure not coming across like their application did. And so we've acquired an AI bot of our own to check those things. It can come back and go, yeah, this is probably 90% AI. Or this is not AI, this is a real human submitted this. But the reason that's a challenge is it takes the time of our hiring managers to go through those applications, to call those people, hey, this is a real qualified person. Let's get them in, to call them and then meet with them, only to find out, yeah, that's not what was advertised. And that eats time to get somebody on board. But we're going through the same struggles that everybody else does, finding qualified candidates. I think we've got a really good, some good opportunities where we're experimenting with different and quicker ways to hire. We have snap hiring events, which is kind of unique in state government, where we'll set up a hiring for VR or for unemployment insurance or another area, bring people in, have hiring managers there to conduct interviews, and then in a very short period of time, extend an offer so that we don't lose somebody while we're going through the normal bureaucratic process. So I'm very pleased about what we're doing there, but I want to make sure that the council knows that we continue to struggle like every other employer, but we're finding creative ways to overcome that. We'll continue to do that. And then probably the very last thing I want to mention, and it really hasn't come up very much in RCT, and it really shouldn't, but for the past, since 2017, we've been working very hard to co-locate our VR services with Workforce Solutions board offices. That model is being affected by some changes on the workforce side, not our division workforce, but the Workforce Solutions offices, where they're looking to get more into the community and close their big offices and maybe get some free space in a library or a community center. And it's harder for them to say, and oh, by the way, when you're giving me this free space, I also need 2 hard-walled offices and a cubicle cluster that looks like this, and the library goes, we don't even have that. So what we're doing is we will continue to explore, and if we need to, we won't necessarily co-locate just to co-locate. We'll find the office space where we need it for our VR offices, and then maybe we'll invite workforce to come and have a presence in our office. So we're going to change the model a little bit. The previous model was move into the workforce office. The new model might be move into the workforce office if it works. If it doesn't work, find an office, get it, set it up, and then maybe invite workforce to come in with us. And we're also going to work on better ways to hand off work to truly integrate our services. Being co-located isn't an integration. That just means that you're sitting there together having lunch in the break room, but you're not necessarily handing off customers. And we're going to continue to improve that. Staff has been very supportive. I'll say that not because they're here. I'd say it if they weren't here. Staff has been very supportive of the changes that we're having to make and adapting accordingly, and all up and down the agency, but especially in VR. I'm focused on that right now because of the RCT. In VR, they have been very good at being adapting to things that are changing and continuing to serve our customers. That's their focus, and I'm glad that they continue to be focused on that and just kind of flow with everything else. And they've done an outstanding job. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, if anybody has any questions of me online or otherwise. And if not, then I'll let you get back to your regularly scheduled program. So, any questions for me? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Serna, I have a question around that locating with the Workforce Solutions. How many of the offices right now currently work with the Workforce Solutions for their office space? And then how many are you seeing that are going to possibly have to relocate? And will that affect your budget dollars?
It will affect our budget dollars a little bit, but not very much, because when we I'm going to go backwards in the questions, because when we co-locate, we end up having to pay for modifications for the offices, for things like that. And then, of course, the Workforce Solutions offices, which have to have budgets for everything, will end up assessing us some amount to pay. So it's not free when we move in with them. So maybe a minor impact to the budget if we have to do it ourselves, but I don't anticipate that being very much. From a raw numbers, I'll have staff get something to the council, but from a percentage perspective, we've been very successful at most of the places where we can co-locating. The numbers are so small now. We have 96 of our offices fully integrated. Thank you. The numbers are so small now that we have a dedicated project, and we're going to turn it into kind of no longer having, bi-weekly meetings on where we're at, because we're down to the last few offices for co-location. The workforce boards are not trying to kick us out. It's just a matter of the model is changing. Funding is changing, and instead of a big office, they're looking to just find better ways to get into the community, kind of like we are. So they're kind of, I guess, coming around to our way of thinking, as it were. So, but I anticipate this to be have minimal impact from a budget perspective, and also, like I said, the majority of what we were going to move is already moved. Sure. Yes, sir.
Hello, this is Jordan Smelly. So some of the stuff I may ask you might be fitting under a different part of the agenda for today. But the first question I have is, what metrics are you using to gauge response time to emails from consumers? Because I will tell you right now, TWC as a whole reputation, from what I am hearing as a person with disabilities in the community, is yes, they have services, but good luck getting your counselor to respond to you. And I understand that the counselors have a large caseload, but at the same time, if I were a counselor and I'm not responding to my people, then why am I in the business? Because the whole point of being a VR counselor is to help consumers get jobs. And it's just kind of frustrating to hear this over and over again that I'm going 1 month, I'm going 2 months, I'm going 7 months. No reply.
You know, I don't disagree with that. I've heard those complaints as well. Not as a way to, first I'll answer your question about how we're measuring it, then I'll come back to what I was going to say. Scott and his staff look at are preparing and have prepared a whole lot of different measures that go down to the managers, that go to come up to me, come up to Tammy and Cheryl and the management team to just kind of keep track of where we're at. But it's not the measures that affect what we can do. It's the volume, which you recognize. It's the volume as well as, in some cases, where the counselors are at and what they have to do. So we have counselors out in West Texas that have to travel long distances. Yeah, they can be on their phone while they're driving, but they can't take case notes. So they can listen to the customer going, okay, I know you need that, but unless I pull over, which means I won't make my next appointment 40 miles away, I can't take my notes. So we're going to look at tools that will help and to be quite frank, maybe AI. We're going to look at tools that will help our counselors be able to take the case notes while they're listening so that they don't have to do that, or can even do some of that preliminary contact. The other thing that we've been working on, and it's going slower than I'd like it, but it's because of the way that the agency has to fund things, is we've set up a customer care division that should act as a main door. So if a VR customer can't get in to talk to a counselor, they can call a single point. That individual can give them the basic information they need to understand, yes, we've got your call, here's where you're at in the queue, or we didn't know that you needed help, I'll get this and I'll get it to a counselor and you should get a call back by such and such a date, and then hold to that commitment. So we're making that kind of an organizational change broadly. But more specifically in VR, the challenge is, as you pointed out, caseloads. And I know if you're on the receiving end of not getting a call back, you don't care how many other people are waiting to get help or getting help. You only care about you. And I don't blame you. I'm like that too. When I call someplace for help or walk into someplace for help, I don't care that there's a waiting list and I've got a number that's, 1075 and they're now serving number 75. But one thing to be cognizant of, and we need to get information out better, is most of our counselors are carrying 2 to 1.5 caseloads. So that means they're carrying what, 90 to 120, I don't know, something like that cases. And they're trying to get all that taken care of. That's why we're trying to hire faster. That's why we're trying to look at how we provide services from an improved perspective. And then finally, I think a lot of it, we've got Sarah, an online tool that does do some of that follow-up with the existing customers, which frees up our counselors a little bit to not have to do that. So we're trying to get there. By the way, this is not by way of an excuse, but I think the other big challenge that we have is that growing population that knows we're there, which is a great thing. But it also means that, like, holy smokes, yeah, there's more people knocking on the door. And while we're trying to ramp up, it still slows us down. But yeah, we don't like that reputation, and we're gonna focus to fix that reputation. I do think that once people get in, then they're more than satisfied with the help that they get, the tools that they get, the follow-up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We had a few people that weren't, but that's because they didn't want to sort of graduate out of the program. They'll find excuses to remain in the program. It's like you know, you gotta leave the nest eventually.
So,
You had two questions, I think. You said.
yep. So I'm kind of glad you mentioned Sarah, because that might actually be the better way to bring about this question. Could it maybe possibly be possible, and maybe Sarah already does this and I just don't know that because I'm on the receiving end, so to speak. Is there a way for Sarah to, like, let's say I reach out to Sarah to let Sarah know that I need my counselor to contact me to schedule a meeting because I need her support. Is there a way for Sarah to maybe send a reminder alert, like maybe a week later? To like, is there a way to like integrate the counselor schedule with Sarah? So as soon as as soon as there's a request for an appointment to Sarah, and as soon as it's made by the counselor, Sarah is able to recognize that. And if it's not done within X amount of time, Sarah will alert the counselor as a reminder that there was an appointment request.
And let me actually reshape the question. Let me reshape it.
Okay,
I'm gonna put a little bit of a more general spin on it, right?
I tried to be general.
No, I know, I got you. We look at two things, right? We look at accomplishments. Did the folks achieve the goals they wanted? But what Jordan very rightfully pointing out to is the second part, is the way folks got there. Was it as productive and stressless as it could be for everybody involved? And clearly not always. So Sarah is a great example. Fantastic tool. If it works, when it works, it has all the right features. But perhaps not everybody knows the functionality of Sarah fully. And there could be some improvements that could be made to the functionality. So here's where I'm going to make it a little bit more general. What do we do? And let's keep on using Sarah as an example to get that feedback from the users on what could be done better and what do we do to educate the users on functionality of something like Sarah. And we have a little bit of time on the agenda, so if you want to take a few minutes.
Here's the.
Scott, keep on pressing until terms. That's what I had to do.
Perfect. Scott McKeon speaking here. In response to that question, yes, Sarah will be able to, in essence, provide those reminders. One of the functionality of Sarah to be able to schedule appointments, now having access to a counselor's schedule. And so then the customer is able to pick what's convenient, works with their schedule, at least 3 options that are presented. And then that information then comes back to the counselor of this was an appointment date that was selected. Now, in regards to how kind of gauging a level of perspective and kind of qualitatively evaluating the experience in real time is incorporating surveys through Sarah that follow up after an appointment of gauging, what was your perspective of this conversation, or with our meeting that we had, were you satisfied? Because that is one of the metrics that we are looking at to gauge satisfaction of returning phone calls, being responsive to our customers' needs, is through our customer satisfaction survey, where we survey customers that are currently going through their VR journey and then those that have already exited, and getting both perspectives. And so we aim for having an A in response, showing that yes, you were responsive to contact or whatever it might have been that I was needing. Right now, we're about at a B, so we have room to improve. But that's one of the functionalities within Sarah we are looking to enhance and providing that kind of real-time feedback after interfacing and engaging with staff. So that way, as a counselor, oh wow, I thought I hit the mark, but based on the survey that Sarah just told me of this meeting I just had, I need to improve on perhaps X, Y, and Z, to perhaps allowing the customer to feel that they were heard, or that they were able to provide input, or in selection of the providers that we had discussed, whatever that feedback looks like. And that way, as a counselor, I can pivot and make those adjustments, and perhaps even be able to know based on what I've then's reflected within that customer's personal journey, to be able to meet those specific unique needs, and then be able to ensure that another customer that I'm meeting with, that I'm meeting those needs, it's going to look maybe perhaps a little bit different. Maybe perhaps their preference is we talk more on the phone. Another customer prefers the face-to-face, and so we need to have perhaps more FaceTime together, whatever that might be. But we are leveraging Sarah as best as we can to meet our customers' needs. One other feature that we just had turn the switch on with Sarah is our video conferencing feature within Sarah. And so we're able to have face-to-face discussions through what we call Odin through Sarah, and the case notes that interaction. It's pretty cool. So learning curve, we're all learning. It's like this great, wonderful service, and we're just trying to figure out, how do we leverage this the best use in serving our customers? There's so many bells and whistles to it. How do we learn? And it's just going to take practice in using it. And this is just our first year under our belts, and so we hope to continue to be more familiar with it and be able to teach our customers along the way. That we still have individuals that are confused of, I'd rather talk to Sarah. She's more responsive to my questions, and Sarah's an extension of the council.
Oh, people got rather talk to Sarah than the counselor. That's something is not coming across.
But we have some work to do there.
So my final question would be, where would someone go for a guide on how to use Sarah?
Well, right now what we've got, we're putting together videos and desk aids and guidance materials. And so we have developed some of those ideas. How do we get that out, and to be able to, one, put these into our counselors, kind of our tool belts, but then also two, how do we make available through our public intranets, to where folks will have access to that, to be able to watch the video, to read the content that we have published that helps explain how you use Sarah, even how you even be able to utilize other technologies, so that way I can engage with TWC in a virtual type environment. Because one of the things we need to, all of us, is just enhance our digital literacy and being able to leverage just the advancements in technology and trying to keep up with it.
So whenever y'all finish making the videos, could that be something you provide the RCT potentially?
Yes, we can definitely do that. And happy to take deeper dives, even in the development of those content, when we break out into our committee meetings, to be able to share. These are drafts and kind of the talking points that we have to make sure, we don't miss the mark.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, if I may. I'm really curious to know about, back to the AI misleading in the hiring process. That's fascinating to me, how you're going to deal with that. And how does that tie into the fast track of, say, job fairs and things like that? And what's the hiring time of someone going through a fast track hiring process versus a standard hiring process?
So let me, this is Ed Serna. Let me talk a little bit about AI, and then I'll talk about the hiring process, which is kind of separate from AI. With AI, our HR department has acquired some tools that help evaluate the probability that something was generated by artificial intelligence versus generated just straight off by a human, by the applicant.
Right.
So that's one way that we're looking to address it internally. And we'll continue to look for tools. By the way, AI is poking itself into several different areas.
Mhm.
We received our first a fake UI claim to a call center. So the voice and everything. Unfortunately, our call center operator, so we're training our staff to be able to identify some of this. But getting back to VR and getting back to hiring. So one, we're looking at tools that'll help us filter through that so that what we send, what HR sends the hiring divisions are real people and not something that's generated by a bot. The snap hiring opportunities, we call these snap hiring events.
Right.
Meeting somebody, that's all meeting in person. So we're not concerned about AI interjecting itself there because Ed Serna is sitting across from the VR hiring entity, handing a resume to that individual. Based on the requirements, now VR has a higher set of, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples, but VR, vocational rehab, has a higher set of criteria. So using a snap hiring event takes just a little bit longer than with, for example, unemployment insurance. In unemployment insurance, it's a day. And by the end of the day, at best the next day, there's an offer extended. And we've actually had applicants, and when we extend the offer, it's like, can you start this coming Friday? Can you start tomorrow? Can you start Monday? So the hiring process has gone from 30 days to, in essence, a week. And we've even had a couple of applicants, again, in unemployment insurance, which is using it very heavily. It had a couple of applicants say, I need more time to give notice to my current employer. So they're the thing that slows us down. In VR, they're taking advantage of it as well, but the challenge is we've got to validate credentials. We have to
Right.
make sure that the individual has got, that the qualifications are a little bit different. So it is more challenging for them to use the snap hiring event. But even in that case, a snap hiring event can take, the results of it can take a couple of weeks versus 30 plus 45 days to
Mhm.
bring somebody on board. Oh,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
No, hold on a second.
My region just piloted a snap hiring and it was extremely successful, especially this last. We hired 5 people on the spot, same day. They came in with all their documents. We didn't have to request them. We make the request in advance before the interview process. And they did their background check, everything, and made the conditional offer the day of the interview. So it's very successful and we're getting ready to pilot in another unit who's struggling. And my staff has just embraced the opportunity to utilize the snap hiring process. And because what we used to have to wait for during the they're bringing it in, the credentials and everything through the interviews, they transcript everything. And we do this background check the same day, et cetera, and everything is done. And conditional offers are not being made within 2 weeks, 1 day.
How are y'all marketing Snap to get these people to come in?
Well, when we're going to have a snap hiring event in a particular area, then we'll simply advertise that there's a hiring event going on, fill in the blank at the location. I know we've had some in San Antonio, we've had some here. We'll also reach out to universities, make sure that they're aware that we're going to be having this snap hiring or a hiring event. We don't call it a snap hiring event, but a hiring event. But we
Right.
try to act more like the private sector, where, we're not taking 30 to 45 days to bring somebody on board. We're bringing them on board in a day and 2, at the outside a week. But
Yeah.
most of the time now, like I said, it's really interesting because it's the applicant that's asking us to slow down, not all the time, but just a couple of times because they've got to give notice. They want to give their employer 2-week notice. They didn't realize
Right.
that fast of extending an offer.
Thank you. That's interesting. That's a good information.
We want to be a different kind of state agency. I think we are. All right, anything else?
Any other questions? Go ahead, Noreen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this on? There you go. Okay. Hello, Mr. Serna. Thank you for a great report. I wanted to go back to the appropriation,
Mhm.
that presentation. If I understand correctly, there's a base request, exception line item, and those two, and the base is what goes up front, and then the exceptional line item comes towards the end, but it's always there. It's what you're asking for. So the first question is that base request the same as is this current biennium? Is that what you have to start with? Or
Yes, ma'am.
can you increase that base request just based on need?
No, ma'am, we have to start where we started with the
Okay.
base request.
And you cannot go like we did not budget correctly, or we underfunded, or that we've had to go and get all these other extra state funds. You
No,
have
ma'am.
to start with what you had in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
last
And that's
biennium.
that's across the entire agency. So for example, in unemployment insurance where fraud has become much more prevalent, we're still, the most we can ask for initially is what we had in the past. And then everything else becomes an exceptional item. In some cases, like in unemployment insurance, I know this doesn't sound relevant, but it is. In the case of unemployment insurance, we're not asking the state for money. We're asking the state for the ability to spend more money that the federal government gives us. So that's called appropriations authority. In the case of vocational rehabilitation, we need general revenue so that we can draw down federal dollars. And it's like a 1 to 3 plus,
Right.
1 to 3 point something percent. So we have to start our base with what we have now. You can get a little bit of growth in there, but it's not the fully expanded thing. That's what the exceptional item is for,
Right.
especially since we are asking for general revenue. We're asking for cash, not just the ability to write the check, but we need to have them put the money in the bank for us to write the check.
Right. So the baseline that we're at the initial request doesn't include population growth or anything like that. You can't have beyond what is in the last biennium.
It should, right? Because
Yeah,
you are trying to
it can include a little bit of growth, but not the massive amount that we're talking.
Right. Okay. So then in the exceptional requests, line item requests, is that will include the amount of money that we would want the full amount of state appropriations to pull down the full federal appropriations or full federal funds, correct?
What the exceptional item will include will be, and by the way, we're working on the draft. We have to present it to our commissioners, and then our commissioners have to approve it. So when I'm telling you we're going to include it, staff is including it in what we're recommending to the commission.
Mhm.
The commission has to vote, the 3 commissioners have to vote, or at least 2 of them, yes on it. I do not believe a single commissioner is going to vote no, but I still have to go through that formal process.
Right.
All we are seeking is that extra amount to draw down what we know is available to us as a maximum.
Right. Well, we already know what the full federal allocation would be for us then for the next biennium before, so that we can include that in that exceptional line item, that we know what the feds will have available for us, that request.
We know what we're going to ask for, which is the max that we've had available to us in the past.
Okay.
Which is why we'll have a little bit of extra, because if like right now, there's a concern with the budget that's being discussed in Congress on the House and the Senate side. The House version of the federal bill reduced the monies available to all states in this area. The Senate is still debating that.
Mhm.
Whatever they put in there will then go to conference, and then from conference it'll go to, a bill that the president will sign. But right now, we're acting as if all the money, the maximum that's been available to us in the past is what will be available to us in the future.
Mhm.
Which is a pretty substantial amount of funding. And then a little bit of extra, so when other states don't spend it, then we'll be ready to go. Okay, here's my, I'm throwing in our money, give me
Right.
the allocation.
So so that's the relinquished funds that
Yes,
other
ma'am.
states have given back. Is that going to be a separate exceptional line item,
No,
or is
ma'am.
that going to be included in the?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
we'll calculate a large enough amount to be able to do that.
Okay, so when we have sent money back when Texas has relinquished funds, do we also have to relinquish state funds back to the state that were used to capture those federal dollars? In the past?
If we did not spend those the state dollars,
State dollars?
then we have to lapse those state dollars. There's nothing else we can spend them on.
Okay, but they lapse back into back into VR as opposed to going to.
No, ma'am,
the general revenue?
if general revenue that is allocated for a specific purpose that is unused at the end of the biennium, the 2-year period, goes back to the state. And then everybody starts with a
Out.
clean slate.
Yeah.
You're not building, and get to hold on to what you had before plus ask for more. At the beginning of every biennium, here's your new budget. There are a few exceptions to that, but this GR is not included in those exceptions.
If you didn't spend it, you lost it. Zero-based budget every 2 years.
Zero-based budget, yes.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the work in regards to asking for those funds, I mean, does the budget itself also talk about the rate increases, for providers, the need for staff increase, salary increases? Does any of those calculations go in, or is that all internal?
All those calculations are internal in the request. And then what we will do, the way this whole process works is we will submit our legislative appropriations request. We will have a meeting with the staff from the legislature on both sides, where we will explain the budget, and then we get to tell them, well, here's why we're asking for all this extra, GR in vocational rehabilitation. Then it will go to formal hearings with the actual members, and we will repeat our presentation or have a formal presentation where we can lay out provider rate increases, increased demand on the part of our customers, administrative cost increases. And by the way, we don't use the administrative cost increase very often because, and I don't mean to be negative, but the legislature really doesn't focus too much on, okay, you got to pay more salaries, pay more salaries. That's not, they don't fund us for that, especially since 3 of the $4 in VR comes from the federal funds. But what we do say, the cost of staff, and they recognize it, cost of staff, cost of technology, cost of operation. So we will explain all those things so they'll know why we're asking for what we're asking for. But the biggest argument or the biggest position we're going to take is so that we can draw down the maximum amount of federal funding available to us. And that quite frankly is probably the biggest positive selling point in discussing this with the legislature.
Is what it will pull down? Do you know when the legislative budget board hearings are set? Have they set those yet?
No, ma'am, they have not set our hearings yet. The legislature convenes probably like somewhere around the 12th or 15th of January. It takes the House a little longer to get organized than the Senate. So, hearings will start probably in late January, early February. It's a slow burn at the beginning, and then all of a sudden it's very fast towards the end because they have to be done by May 31st. The staff, they're not really hearings, but the staff meetings, presentations to the staff, could occur as early as December or very, very early January. They will probably occur in December as the staff gathers information to prepare to brief their bosses. And we'll move forward from there.
Okay.
Ed, in general, on legislative agenda, we should know probably around sometime in December, what things might be on the agenda that are of interest to us and our stakeholders.
Yes, sir. And one of the things that, Mr. Chairman, you and I spoke about was having our government relations person come in during the legislative session. It'll start before, but during the legislative session, provide an update on here's where we're at, here's what's going on. Anything he does now, Michael Britt, anything he does now would be kind of here's what we anticipate. But then once the session starts, at the meetings that y'all have, I'd be more than glad to have him come and give you an update on what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
It answered my appropriations questions. I actually had a comment about the co-location as well. And you mentioned public entities like public libraries and governmental entities and whatnot. Are there going to be any co-locations at independent school districts or? big offices?
I don't know where the boards are looking.
Okay,
I know they're looking at community colleges, they're looking at libraries, they're looking at other sort of like in some cases, I know in rural Texas, they're looking at like an office or a corner in a courthouse.
yeah,
So it becomes a challenge for us to say, and by the way, then I need a meeting room, a private office for a counselor. Yeah, the courthouse is gonna say that our judges don't get private offices. But yeah, it's more those kinds of things. I don't know that they're gonna be, that they will be looking, the boards will be looking to set up offices in school districts or schools.
right.
Since most of the people that they serve are working age, and they're trying to get people employed or re-employed. So it's probably gonna be some of these other community centers.
Community colleges, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you all for inviting me. I appreciate it. I know that the staff has a lot more detailed information. I want to thank you for the update on the SNAP hiring. There's a lot more detailed information about the stuff that they're doing versus me. They keep me brief, but then again, there are another 11 divisions that I have to make sure I stay abreast of as well. So I forget something. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And that sets us up nicely for the next item on the agenda. Scott McCune, we talked a little bit about appropriations. Now let's sort of dial it back to a little bit more tactical. What's our latest and greatest on the budget?
All right. Daniel, pull up the slide deck, please. For those that don't know me, I'm Scott McCune. I'm the VR Programs Director of Program Operations, and I will be giving our VR budget update this time. Perfect. Thank you, Daniel. Next slide, please. So what we're going to go through is just give everyone an updated status as of the end of the third quarter for our state fiscal year 24 budget. We're going to review our end of quarter budget and expenditure report. We'll look at it by division, region, and also our service types. I'm also going to review our third and fourth quarter client services distributions that we had allocated out. And then we'll go ahead and review our initial client service projections for fiscal years 25 through 27. Next slide, please. Last meeting, we reviewed where we were at the end of our second quarter. The budget as of the end of February, we had just a little bit over 300 million. We had encumbered about 57.6 million. We had obligated by the end of quarter two, almost 197 million, with the budget remaining by the end of the second quarter at 103.6 million. So that's where we were that we discussed last meeting. Next slide, please. Where we are now, where we ended quarter three. Well, as of quarter three ends at the end of May, and our total budget that we had went up from 300 million to 344 million. That accounts for those additional funds that we had discussed that we were anticipating to receive. Our obligations had increased to 277 million overall. But looking at our client services obligations, that ended at 182 million, up from the last quarter where we were almost 50 million more. We had ended quarter two about 130 million. We had a budget remaining last quarter at about, it was about 130, not 100, it was about 37 million. And now we're at 29 million. So overall, remember at the end of quarter two, we had 103 million as a remaining balance. Now we're at 67 million. And so we're keeping a close eye on that and seeing where our expenditure patterns are occurring in addition to where we have our budget remaining. And so with almost about 29, 30 million in client services. Next slide, please. This is where we see it across the regions, broken
Scott,
down.
apologies, what's, how are we defining encumbered?
Encumbered are
Prior
service
periods.
authorizations that are in place that have obligated those funds for a service.
Okay. So those funds are essentially spoken for.
Spoken for, correct.
Difference between obligated and encumbered?
So encumbered is part of obligations, because also as part of obligations are funds that have been liquidated as
Got it.
well. So funds that you have, in essence, written a check for, in addition to what you have already cashed out of your account, those added together is your total
It's
obligation.
a subset of obligation, basically.
Yes.
Sorry,
Good.
yeah,
Okay,
yes, yes, yes.
So looking at our regions and where we were at the end of quarter three, we had region one with an available balance of about 4.6 million. In region two, they had an available balance of 7.3. Region three, about 3.7 million. In region four, we had about 4.6 million of an available balance at the end of the third quarter. And at region five, about 5.6 million. And then region six, ending quarter three with about almost 5.8 million available to be used for client services. Next slide. And so looking at where we were seeing expenditures and seeing that where we went to, remember the previous slide, ending at 181 million in expenditures. We've been looking at what service types are we seeing those expenditures in. And so I believe it was Karen Stanfield had requested that we provide about 17 service type updates of where we are with expenditures. And so that's what these slides are in response to what information it is that you were looking for. And so one of those categories, as expressed by the RCT and interested in seeing what our expenditures look like, was in our pre-ets related activities. We had ended quarter three at about 25.5 million, which forecasting to be about mid to about 30 million after if we were to finish the fourth quarter. So that's kind of where we're projecting to be pretty close to where we ended state fiscal year 23 at. Looking at our assessment and diagnostic services, we're so far at about 8.9 million, trending to be closer to maybe about 12 by the time we end this fiscal year, which is a little bit lower than where we ended state fiscal year 23 at. Looking at our assistive technology services at the end of quarter three, we had almost 4 million expended in this service type, which is just about what we had done at the end of state fiscal year 23. And so here we're forecasting to be closer to maybe about 5 million when everything's said and done when we end this year at. Looking at hearing aids, quarter three ended with about 15 million expended for this service type. And we're projecting to be closer to about 20. Job placement services, quarter three ended about 4.2 million, projecting to be closer to about 6, which is comparable to what we had expended during 23. And then for our job readiness training and services, we had ended quarter three at about close to about 1.9 million and projecting to be closer to 3 million at the end of this fiscal year. That's where we're trending to. Next slide, please. Looking at maintenance services, we had ended quarter three at close to about 600,000, which is just about what we had expended total during state fiscal year 23 at. So we're projecting to be closer more towards 800,000 when we end this year. Medical restorative services, starting to see a little decline here where we ended quarter three at about 5.6 million and forecasting to be closer to 8, which is about 2 million off of pace. Another area on the job training services, about almost 900,000, about forecasting to be about 1.2 million when we end this year out, which is about 700,000 below target comparing to last year. Looking at our orthotics and prosthetic services that we provide, quarter three ended with about 2 million in expenditures, forecasting to be about a little over 3 million, so comparable to what we did last year. Post-secondary education and training, we ended quarter three with almost 43 million in expenditures. Last year was almost 37 million. We still have one semester left to go to finish this fiscal year out because of fall semester starting in August, which is when we will obligate funds to get those services started. Knowing that in the past spring semester, we had expended close to 22 million. Fall semester of last year, we had expended 21 million. So 21, 22, more than likely we will expend 23 million for this fall semester. So we are forecasting almost about 60 to 65 million in post-secondary education and training services by the end of this year. Yes, Noreen.
So just to understand this, how the semesters line up with the fiscal year. So the 30 for FY 2023, my thought would be is that you're to line up with the fiscal year, you're going to look at a fall semester, a spring semester, and a summer. So this fiscal year should end with the end of this summer. And the fall tuition would be the new fiscal year. But what I heard you say was the fall is actually still in the 2024 fiscal year.
Correct, because the date of obligation of those funds will then dictate of which program it's going to be charged to.
Okay, so this 42.7 million is actually a fall semester, a spring semester, a summer, and another fall semester.
Yes, and I'll try and explain that. So the reason why this includes an early fall semester is because last fiscal year, we had done what was called proration. Prorating is when you crossed fiscal years, that you would charge a little bit to 22 at the time. And then, so it was about 10% charged to 22 and 90% charged to 23, because you had a couple of classes in August, but the rest of your classes were September to December. Well, following period of performance, you're going to obligate those funds, of which the point that it was approved and issued. And so then it will be charged to that grant year regardless. So there's no prorating. And so the full amounts, whatever it is that we're going to obligate and to issue that service authorization for fall tuition, that point in time in which it's issued is then charged to that budget. So there's no prorating this year. 100% is going to come out of the available budget that we have, which is something.
Current fiscal year.
Yep.
So another 20 million or so at least to go on this item.
Say that again, Mr. Kennedy?
Another 20 million or so to cover the fall
Yes,
semester.
about 20,
The
22
one
million.
that's about to kick off. That is not.
And what's included in post-secondary education and training, your tuition and fees, your consumables with books, room and board. So all that we've looked at of what kind of is included with post-secondary education and training services. And then in addition to that, there's support services for that, whether interpreter services, maintenance,
Personal attendant,
transportation.
yeah.
So
tutoring.
that's about 20 million or 23 million that we haven't yet expended that we will need to cover
Correct, and that's what we've,
somehow in the next.
well, that's what we budgeted for, and I'll go over that allocation when those funds have been distributed, but and what that looks like. Yes, Jordan.
Okay, Scott, since we're kind of talking about post-secondary education and train, so what is the policy around time frame to pay the institutions their money? Because one thing I am hearing that is happening is there are consumers who get all their classes approved and everything, but there is such a delay in VR paying that it's great that the money's there, but now they're having to go through the whole process again.
Hopefully, depending on when that feedback was, I was hoping that probably would have been before July 15th, because with the funds that are there, now the funds are available to be able to obligate and issue those service authorizations to get those services started. So that's why we issued in mid-July, knowing that a lot of institutions have what they want, receive advance payment before school even starts. And so getting the funding out early allows for us to put together the service authorizations before the semester starts in August. So that way you can not basically have your classes drop, that you're able to show that I'm enrolled, I'm registered, and everything is then in place as we hope. So those funds just went out a couple of weeks ago. but there shouldn't be any delays of being able to have those fundings available to get.
So what I have been hearing is there are certain adaptive programs at colleges, and one of them's here in Austin, from my understanding, and they have students in their program who get accepted, but then the funding doesn't come in time, and they try to reach out to the counselor, and it's been 2 months, no response. And so I'm kind of wondering if there might be a way, because we're kind of talked about Sarah earlier. So I don't know if there's a way to integrate Sarah to be able to tell when a payment is due by, because the consumer will know to alert the counselor like a week ahead of time, just to kind of help ensure payment arrives in time.
That sounds like it doesn't sound like that's this year's issue. So it just sounds like general discipline on
Well,
payment timing.
perhaps, but the thing is knowing that the payment, in order for us to be able to issue it, we need to know in advance what classes have you registered for. Basically to where the school has indicated, this is how much it's owed to us. And so we need to be able to have that information, so then that we know of how much to issue the service authorization for. In addition to know that the classes that have been selected align with the degree plan that we've agreed to that we're going to pursue. And so those checks and balances are all in place. And then knowing then, I would think during that paperwork that there's kind of that due date that we need to get this submitted. So knowing that these conversations are happening now and that the budget was issued early for post-secondary education training on July 15th, the fund's there. It's how to basically issue those service authorizations that are needed so the student can continue with their education, in whatever institution that is. Michelle.
I just have a quick question, and this is me being new, but how or what institutions are covered? So is that just private or, I mean, public institutions, or they can choose to go to a private? Is there a set amount that is paid, or if they're going to Texas State versus Baylor, that's a big difference in a tuition cost.
So with that comes what we call kind of best value purchasing. And so with that is, okay, you're pursuing a degree in economics and you're going to Baylor University. Okay, I got that invoice, it's here. However, that same degree in economics is available through a state institution at this cost. And so as part of informed choice is door number one, if we're going to go with Baylor, it's going to be X enough because this state institution offers this. And so then you would be reliable for that difference. But door number two, and it's just kind of taking through those steps and being able to present the options available. It's your choice. Which one would you like to go with? And this is what we're able to do, and to know of what the state is able to support, and then what your responsibilities and obligations would be with this other option.
That it. That kind of amount for the. Oh yeah, even though the Baylor wasn't. Absolutely.
And the same methodology for out of state institutions too.
Let's got back to you. Let's
Psychological testing service was another area of interest. We ended Q3 at about 1.5 million, which we are projecting to be at close to 2 million, which is right where we were at the end of last fiscal year. Next slide, please. Self-employment services. We had some discussions last time about why does that look so low? Understanding that these are unique type services and reviewing of perhaps the feasibility studies, being able to maybe do a market analysis and things of that nature that are a little bit more kind of conceptualizing self-employment, kind of the logistics behind it, but then the services for the self-employment, that might be a little bit different, where you might need tools, perhaps even a credential or something. That's not going to be in this bucket. It's going to be in a different bucket. So we might need to perhaps revisit this if to really get at what are we doing in support for individuals pursuing self-employment, because there's a whole lot more behind that story than just looking at this line item here. Support employment services. We ended quarter three at about 5.3 million. We are projecting to be at close to 7 million, just right where we were last year. Transportation services, 1.6 at the end of the quarter. About 2.1 million. Yeah, just about where we ended last year out at. Vehicle mods ended quarter three at about 2.8 million. And we are projecting to be closer to about 5.5, a little bit below where we did last year, but within the ballpark. And then work-based learning, we had already ended quarter three out at about 4 million and projecting to be closer to about 6, exactly about where we ended last fiscal year out at. And so that's kind of where you can see within our service types of where our expenditures are and what's some of the drivers behind it. For the most part, everything is about on par of what we've done in previous years, with the exception post-secondary education training has really been a cost driver for where we're seeing expenditures with more customers engaged in post-secondary education training, but on average, the cost per is what's going up. I mean, just the increases in room and board, what we're seeing with books expenses going up, tuition, it's just gone up.
And more demand.
And more demand, in addition to more semesters that are being completed. So even though I'm an unduplicated count, I'm in post-secondary education, and with those expenditures, I'm seeing up. Well, because you did the fall semester, you did the spring semester, you did the summer session. Oh, also now this fall semester too.
Just to, I assume you'll, some on the next page. It's gonna be a holistic. Here's where we are and here's what we can expect, right? Before we get there, just a general comment, self-employment seems awfully low, just in the grand scheme of things. I think we talked about in the past. Is that an area that we need to educate folks more and just kind of somehow strengthen that whole area? But I think that's just a general comment, not necessarily regarding this year's budget.
But understanding that with self-employment, that is an option for an individual to pursue for their employment outcome. And then with that, it's really analyzing how many individuals do we have within a current pipeline that have on their individualized plan for employment, self-employment identified, but then also too, have they in fact achieved a successful outcome. So I'm thinking it's analyzing of what our outcomes look like to see that, hey, I was an individual that pursued self-employment. It may not reflect in the expenditures because of the types of services we were purchasing isn't linked to a self-employment. It's another type of service category, whether it was the maintenance, the housing assistance, the getting your credential, the tools and equipments that were needed to be able to provide the product that you are doing in your community to get your self-employment in place. So I think we have to maybe look at it a little bit different, that not everyone pursues a purchase for a feasibility study of self-employment that service category code identifies.
Agree. That's what I mean. It's less about the budget and the categories. It's more just, I think in general, we kind of know that it's one avenue that seems to be underutilized or under emphasized. Take your pick, just general comment.
And I was going to add that, hi, this is Jamie Haywood, Deputy Division Director for Program Policy and Support. I was going to add, we talked in our policy committee meeting also that we're also undergoing a complete policy rewrite when it comes to self-employment to simplify the process for our staff, for our customers, for our providers. And so we're anticipating that that's also going to make an impact. So we're hoping to wrap that up towards the end of the year, but it's a complicated process already. And so we're trying to do the best we can to really simplify that process.
And I think too, in the self-employment area, you have to have some guidelines in terms of expectations, whether or not it's appropriate for a client, for a customer. I mean, there's a whole self-employment is complicated in and of itself because you've got all kinds of things to consider. And I think you really have to have a very responsible customer to be able to do it successfully. I've seen people have goals of self-employment and have some real issues. And I think it's more complicated than just saying, well, I want to work for myself. It's a complicated, but yet admirable, goal if a person can make it happen and do the very best they can and take the responsibility involved.
Well said, Glenda. Scott,
Okay, next
keep
slide,
us,
please.
keep us on track.
Hey, Scott, work-based learning services, would that be apprenticeships? Or what does that mean?
Those could be where we've got, like project search, where we've got paid work experiences. In essence, where we've got an employer set up and paying the wages, that expense would be there, or like with a project search model that all fits into the work-based learning. But in addition to where we've got work-based learning with a company that perhaps are not having the wages paid, there's still support services that help along the way with the job coaching and
Oh, so kind of like Whataburger when they came and talked at the February.
it could be, if that was a
Meeting.
work experience that we were able to set up.
Okay,
And we're seeing more and more of those. This is another area of high growth as more students are kind of a driver behind the growth that we're seeing with the number of individuals participating in work-based learning. And then with that, your expenditures are going to go up too.
could another way to phrase that be opportunity to try a job and see if you like it?
That's that. It's kind of putting your toe in the water.
I'm just trying to translate it to where I know other people with disabilities might understand it a little better.
Good point. Good point.
The summer is the summer earn and learn?
Yes,
Under work-based learning?
good point, Ray. Next slide. All right, here is our third and fourth quarter client distribution plan that we discussed last time. With that, we had discussed about a 40 million distribution. However, an update for this time is adding an additional 7 million on top of that 40. And so with the 23 million that was distributed on July 15th for post-secondary education and training that we had discussed. Also on July 15th, we had distributed 7 million, with 6 million going to our VR support budget and then 1 million going to our pre-ed budget to maintain that 85-15% split. And so those funds were distributed on the 15th and ready for obligation. Next slide, please.
So Scott, this is Karen Stanfield. Can you go back to that slide? So I'm hearing you say, is this for all regions? The budget's like 40 million?
Yes.
23 million of it goes to tuition?
Correct.
But what is the average budget per region for a quarter?
Next slide, please. So then the average and looking at per region isn't going to be very similar. It's going to be based on the basically the size of that region and the number of customers that they are serving. And so region 2 has roughly about 25% of the participants. So roughly they get about 25% of the budget distribution. But in seeing that with region 1, their final budget after the additional funding that was allocated out on the 15th brings them up to almost 24 million. In region 2, they have about a 55.5 million final budget. Region 3 at 29.4. Region 4 at about a little over 28 million. Region 5 at 38.2 million. And region 6 at almost about 38 million, which is their final budget for the state fiscal year 24, which is substantially higher than where we started this year at and what we had discussed at the last RCT meeting, where we had a budget basically of at 300 million that I had mentioned earlier and how that was distributed out to the regions. And so
Right.
this is substantially higher.
So I was gonna say, it sounds like it's higher, but from what maybe Mr. Serna was saying earlier, with the request you guys gonna make next year, is that to increase it from the numbers we're seeing here?
Correct. It would be to increase, to be able to to ensure that we have the adequate funding to support the projected expenditures that we may see in future years.
Bill, I'm glad you guys were able to get the additional funds, but it does seem like it's a little bit lower than what they might the field would typically need for a quarter, but it's, you know, I know that last quarter is always kind of a tough one.
That one, but these are the highest, this is the highest budget we've ever had in the region.
That's good.
Needed because it's with the expenditures where they need with the growth in demand we are seeing.
Mhm.
Next slide, please.
Oh, I actually have a question
go ahead,
on
ma'am.
this slide. In disclosure, I'm from Region 5 area. And so I'm just comparing that to Region 2 DFW area and in regards to just the population that are very similar. But if I understood your explanation correctly, the budget is based on people requesting services or signing up for services. It's not necessarily based on the population.
Not necessarily based on the population. The way that it goes out to the regions is it's based on a kind of an average, looking at historical performance.
Uh-huh.
And then also too, knowing that historical performance is a composition of the total performance. So for instance, in Region 5, their budget at the end of April was just at 30 million. Well, the reason why is because their budget is always about 22% of the big picture. Region 2 is always 25% of that budget. So whatever money that we have available, whether we agree or disagree that it is adequate or not, if it was only 100 million, you know, Region 5, you're only going to get 22% of that because you always make up 22% of all outcomes of all of FTEs that you have.
Is it a historical perspective as opposed to the population that might be growing or being increased in that area?
Correct.
So it actually may have something to do with staff performance and Sarah.
It could, but when you look at it on the regional level, those nuances kind of average out unless the whole region is not performing well. But for the most part, the whole region is doing a phenomenal job. And then you're able to see those patterns over time to see those relationships every single state fiscal year of, yeah, that's about right. They're right on target. There are some more variability as you get lower into the management units, and then even more so on the caseload level, because one year you might have 3 surgeries, next year you don't have any. And so you've got a lot of fluctuations. It's more difficult to specifically pinpoint a projection at the caseload level, but at the regional level, it follows a nice, pretty linear algorithm.
Scott,
Wow.
if a customer is on the Gulf Coast, but attends a program at, say, UT Denton, you know, UNT, something in Region 2, where would that be reflected? Region 5 or Region 2?
Correct. It follows the customer.
Follows the customer.
Next.
Sorry. And then this discussion reminded me of a question. I'm sorry I didn't ask Mr. Serna, but it had to do with the idea of supplemental funding for the next fiscal year, you know, starting, is that September the 1st? Is that, so is there going to be a need for a supplemental funding request?
Yes.
Once legislature goes into session, and that'll be a totally different line item, correct? It's not gonna be part of the base or
Correct.
the other
It's
exceptional line item. It
base,
is base,
and here's a supplemental request because we're outside of the traditional
right?
LA, because right now it's the exceptional items for 26, 27.
Mhm.
And so this is a little bit outside of those.
Are you gonna address that in a separate slide or?
I could talk a little bit on the next slide.
Okay,
Next slide, see what this might bring up.
Yeah, I think Scott's focus was more of how do we finish the year strong
This year.
versus, yeah.
This current year.
Correct. So
At least
right
that was
now,
my ask to Scott was, how do we finish the year? How do we finish this year?
so that's where we're projecting to finish this year at with expenditures about 209 million. Remember one of the very first, we had mentioned that we had a budget, client service budget of about 211 million. And so we got enough funding within that budget, but it's going to be really, really close. But that's what we are forecasting right now for 24. And know that with this forecast of 209 million, you mentioned about the supplemental that we're putting in now. Had we projected 209 million 2 years ago, we wouldn't have needed the supplemental request. So that's what we're doing now and projecting of where we're going to be in 26 and 27, which now the trends support that growth and seeing the expenditure patterns to know that we've got a more probable projection of what we're going to ask for, which then is it's above the base. And so that's where the exceptional item specifically comes into to address that delta that we need to meet what we're projecting for future projected expenses. Business as usual. That's what we're seeing that in state fiscal year 25, if we continue as is, our total participants will increase to about 72,000 and our expenditures should increase to about 221 million. By 26, we should, if continuing that growth pattern, should be about 74,000 participants. And then about almost 235 million we would anticipate to expend. And then by 27, almost 77,000 participants. If we continue these annual growth patterns, we should be at almost 250 million we would need in our customer services expenditures.
Scott, in the projected average service cost, are you beginning to incorporate potential, I'm using my words very careful here, potential increase in provider rates?
So that's going to lead to our next presentation because this is the foundation that then here's where we've established this information. Now now additional variables are coming into play. So then what do we need to do to adjust these preliminary figures?
So these do not yet include what we're about to talk about in the next item.
No, but there will be a slide that looks very similar to this.
Very good.
Projected average service cost per.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So that's.
Right, Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you much. Any final questions for Scott? Mostly around how do we finish this year? All right. Who is taking us to the provider? Is that still you?
That's me, Jamie Haywood.
Okay, Jamie.
So Scott set me up really nicely to talk about the provider payment rate implementation plan. So just a little bit of background. I'll start on slide 2, Daniel, when you get it up. Just a little bit of background for the group. The project was aimed to improve attraction, retention, and the availability of qualified providers. And so we worked with Public Consulting Group, who is a vendor, to help us do a really comprehensive study of our fee structure and our rates, our provider rates. And specifically, we reviewed fee structures, payment rates of 113 services. We explored recruitment and retention in underserved areas. And we also evaluated provider requirements in order to direct our work to help lessen, administrative burden and improve efficiencies where we can. So that was really the overall objective of the project. And out of that project, there came 3 recommendations, and where we're going to focus is on recommendation 1. You can go to the next slide, Daniel. And recommendation 1 was really all around the provider rates. So of those 113 rates that were studied, what did we learn about them, and what are we going to do about them? And so one of the things that we learned, and the vendor helped us create, is if how do we create a rate methodology that covers all of the work that our provider community does? So the direct service, as well as the indirect service. So not only the time that our providers spend in face-to-face with customers, but the administrative time, the travel time, the professional development time, training. So it was very important to us to develop a rate buildup methodology that included all of the work that the providers do, not just when they're face-to-face with a customer. So you can think about the total as hourly wages, tax and fringe costs, administrative costs, non-billable costs, all which comes out to could be an hourly service or one particular flat fee for some of the different services. But I just wanted to bring back the methodology because it's important to note that we were adamant about, we want to make sure that we include that billable and non-billable, again, the direct and the indirect time. So we know that's important to our provider community also. So if you go to the next slide, Daniel, really in summary, out of those 113 rates, there was a range of where we were above what the recommended rate was overall. 22% above what the, after the methodology was applied, all the way to where we were 299% behind what the rate methodology, ultimately the fee that they recommended would be. So that is a very, very large range. The larger range, it's, I want to note that the larger range are for really specialized services. There's not very many of them. And so, so that was part of the good news, but nevertheless, it's shocking to see 299% a range in the proposed rates. So this just gives you a little bit of an idea, the table that I'll use the first line, for example, that where we were above 22% to about 20% behind in the proposed rate after all of the methodology was provided. There were 26 services that fell into that percent change, and which has a total of about 3,900 service counts. Those are individual service counts with a budget impact of 2.5 million. Had the rate been applied to that particular range of services, with the new rate, it would have gone up to about $2.8 million. So at the current rates, you can think about the services within that range costed about 2.5 million. Had we had the new rate, it would have gone up to 2.8 million. So it just gives you a little bit of an idea of if you were to apply those new proposed rates, what it would do to the budget in that percent range. You can look at it that way. Mm-hmm. And then, correct. Correct.
If someone's talking, we can't hear it on the audio on virtual.
Oh, I apologize. That was, yeah, I didn't turn the mic on. I was just remarking that for at least 5 of the rates, we would have to at least double the rate to remain competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And for about 80%, 87 rates here, we'd have to make a very meaningful, at least 20% or more increase. Sobering numbers.
Mm-hmm. And then the last thing I'll note on this particular slide is that what we also got out of the report is that if we were to, based on the expenditure data from FY22, the budget, what we knew we spent, if we were to apply all of those rates to back then, what was the SFY25 budget estimate, it would have been an additional $17 million just for all of the proposed rates for those 113 services. So next slide. So what are we going to do about it? So this is where we get into the planning piece. So what we've done, and I say we, and that's really been Scott and his department. What Scott's team helped us do is look at the projected participants that we've served and the average cost per, which they do already. And then part of the methodology for figuring out what this could look like as an implementation plan, because we know we're going to have to do this in phases. We know the budget cannot withstand doing this all at once. And so knowing that there's been about an average 3% inflation annually, that's part of a application to the methodology, which you'll see the numbers here in a second. We looked at historical expenditures in the particular service categories that the proposed rates are for, and the category expenditures as a percent of all expenditures. So kind of the same data that you guys just looked at, we looked at that same information specific to these 113 services. And based on the analysis, it would be a total projected fiscal impact now of about $20.6 million with some newer, the more updated data. So already a $3 million increase since just the report came out. And so based on also the budget information that Scott just shared with you, in addition to, we know the supplemental requests, the LAR and the exceptional items, we figured that this is how we can implement over phases. So our budget can withstand or can handle a 25% of that 20.6 million, about 50% 25% in SFY 25. About 50% of the proposed rate increase in 26, and about 25% of that budget can be absorbed in the SFY 27 year. So what does that look like? If you go to the next slide, Daniel, what does that look like in numbers? So in this table, we've got SFY 24, 25, 26, and 27, but I'll focus on 25, 26, and 27. 24 is almost in the books, so I'll focus on 25, 26, and 27. The projected total participants served are the same numbers that you just saw with Scott, so about 71,000, almost 72, 74, and 76, almost 77,000 in 27. So how many are we projected? How many total participants are we projected to serve? What are our projected expenditures for each one of those years? And then each applying the 25%, 50%, and 25% of that cost. What is that gonna cost us? What's the price tag for the rate increases? And then ultimately, what does that do to our total projected client service expenditures? So I'll go through SFY 25 as an example. So we're projected to serve almost 72,000 participants and to spend around $221 million. If we were to if we were to add the new rates for the 25% in 2025, that comes with a price tag of about $5.5 million for SFY on top of what Scott shared with you. That's where he said that's not included. So that would be the price tag for the 25% of the rate of the service increases, which for a total of 226.5 million. And then, so I'll just move kind of to the right for 26 and 27, just to give you an idea of the total price tag. So again, in participants go up, expenditures go up in 26. That 50%, which is the largest chunk of the proposed rate increase, is about almost an $11 million cost, which would then put that total cost at about, including the SFY 25 costs previously. Now we're a little above 16 million. with the increased rates for a total of 251 million. And then again in 27, again, participants projecting up, expenditures projecting up. And then that last 25% of the services is about $4.3 million, which is where you get the 20.6 million total price tag. For a total of about 270 million projected in those client service expenditures. So you can just kind of see how the projections to go up and the expenditures to go up, and how that budget, how our budget can absorb this, the implementation phases as we have them. And
Jamie, this assumes a staggered
Mhm.
Rate increases based on some sort of prioritization of what rates in what regions we kind of need to address most critically than others.
Well, yes, sort of. The bottom line is it really comes down to what can our budget withstand. That's really where the bottom line is. And I do have the breakup or the breakdown of the categories that I can share with you. But it was mainly, I mean, we looked at cost, we looked at, yes, service utilization. Well, actually, we can go to the next slide that talks a little more about it. Vendor impact, customer impact, how many vendors would be impacted? How many customers would be impacted? What can our budget withstand? We also looked at a few years ago, their ASD services and pre-ETS services received a 21% increase. And so that's part of the reason why pre-ETS is in FY 27 instead of on the front end. So we looked at a variety of things but ultimately it's playing the board to see what the budget can withstand also, because you might remove one service and add in another, but then it throws the budget. So, but yeah, we played with the numbers to see what the budget could handle, but also there was other factors.
Do we need to roll the page?
Oh, sorry.
Daniel didn't roll the page for us.
Daniel, there you go. So this helps break down, the previous slide was a little bit of a bigger picture. So projected participants per year, projected expenditures, if we were to increase the proposed rates for that year, what their overall price tag is. And then this just breaks it down a little more so you can see the actual impact where it matters, right? Which is where our vendors and our customers. So what is that $5.6 million what does that give us? Well, that means there's 19 services within that 25% that would be increased that year. So, and I can tell you what those are. They actually all 19 fall under the two service categories of basic employment services and job skills training. So that's where all 19 services fall in that first 25%. And then just to give you a little more information about those services had a 9% to 56% difference in what we currently pay versus what the proposed rate is. So 9% behind all the way up to 56% based on the current rate as opposed to what's being proposed as the new rate with the new methodology. So it just gives you a little bit of within all 19 services, what's the range? How far off are they right now currently? So that's just some information. And then impact. Part of the report that the vendor provided us was impact, because that's important to know. So this would impact almost 1,100 of our providers and almost over 5,300 customers. Again, the actual implementation cost is 5.4 million. And then for a total cost that year of $30 million for those particular services. So I don't know if you want me to go through 26 and 27, but it's the same idea for each of the fiscal years. It's really just to get down to the impact.
So when or how is this going to be implemented, if it's going to be implemented, and how is it going to be reviewed as time goes on, as the rates of services change throughout, time?
Well, I'm glad you asked Glenda. So what our plan is yes, to implement in phases, because that's what the budget can
Right.
withstand. But what we first have to do is we first have to take year 25 to commission for approval. So we will make a recommendation. We hope to do so in September, early October, to make that recommendation to the commission. If it's approved, we will start doing the work behind the scenes to align policy, rehab works, informing our provider community about the rate increases, the communication and the training plan and communication with our staff. So once it's approved, that's when we'll do the behind the scenes work. But again, it has to be approved first. And so we're pretty confident with FY 25, excuse me. Although again, just like we've talked about, the budget availability, these are
Right.
based on what we've proposed and dependent on the reallotment request, the LAR, and the exceptional
Mhm.
items. But that's when we say we've built that in, it's based off of this information that I'm sharing with you. These projections, we've built that into those requests. So we're a little dependent on those requests for this, but hopefully by the time we take it to the commission for approval, we will have received notice about the reallotment notification. So that will really tell us if we need to adjust the 25 plan.
And this is, Jamie, this is just a state match portion. That's just the 21%, right? Or this is the whole,
It's all of it.
all of it, including the
The drawdown.
state match and the federal large piece.
Yes, it's the overall budget. Wasn't me. So yes, so it's dependent on that. We're hopeful, as Mr. Serna shared, we're hopeful, but it is dependent on that. But what we would do is, to address part of your question too, Glenda, is it's going to have to be an annual, well, yes, this is our plan and this is what we've planned for based on the funds that we know could be available to us if they were approved to the max. We still have to run projections like we normally do. We still have to keep up with historical expenditures, watch these service categories, and the plan for if 25 works out based on the reallotment notification, then 26 and 27 could still look different if we're higher in expenditures than we anticipated, or if we're higher in participants. So it will need to be an annual. We'll do a fiscal analysis. We'll see what the fiscal impact is, like we do on a regular cycle, but at some point next spring or early next summer, we'll look at that more actual data and then the updated projections to see if we need to adjust 26 and 27 any to be able to implement the phase 2 or year 2 and year 3.
Jamie, before we move on, I had a quick question. So the number of services within the service category, and I see it's fluctuating.
Mhm.
So to me, what you might be doing is for fiscal year 25, you would be doing your top 19 categories out of the 113.
Yes, those are 19 of the services out of that 113.
So those would be the most in demand. Yes.
It's not necessarily the most in demand. It's based on what it cost. First of all, like we knew we had a $5.6 million budget, available budget. So we looked at, what each category would cost based on the projections and the new rate. We looked at the vendor impact. We looked at the difference in where we are currently with the rate versus if we were to make that change, the recommended rate, like where's the variability in the range? How far off are we? How many customers would we impact? So we looked at several different things, but the bottom line does come down to what we can afford ultimately out of each year.
So that would be how many categories each year they get the boosted rates?
Yes, so it would be
Okay.
19 services would be impacted in 25, 65 of those would be impacted in 26. And then 28 services in 27. And I can tell the group a little bit. So the,
And Jamie, apologies.
Sure.
And is there assumption then with that each of those rate categories, we're checking the new rate all the way to the PCG recommendation or halfway to the recommendation? What's the assumption there?
no, it's their full recommendation. It's their full recommendation, but each year, actually 25 also includes the 3% inflation because we just know the average cost per is going up, just like Scott talked about with even post-secondary costs are going up. So there's also included in that methodology is inflation to account for. Are we going to be right on target? You know, we'll be close just because of the past performance and past numbers that we have to go off of. So excuse me. So the 19 services in 25 are mainly in 2 service categories, which is basic employment services and job skills training. The bulk of the services in 26, this is a pretty long list, so y'all bear with me. It's in employment assessments, social adjustment training, vocational adjustment training, work experience services, supported employment, project search, orientation and mobility, diabetes self-management education, AT for site-related disabilities, supported residential for persons in recovery, wellness recovery action plan, and benefits planning. So that's where those 68 services, those are the categories that they're under. And then finally, the 28 services in year 27 are under the service categories of pre-ets and self-employment. And I can share, that information will be in your folder anyway, but I just wanted you to know where the services landed. It's also in the full report. You can see the breakdown. So when I say the 2 service categories in 25 are basic employment services and job skills training, in the full report that you guys have access to, you can see what those 19 services are in those 2 service categories.
Jamie, this is Karen. I might have missed it, but is this PowerPoint on the RCT SharePoint for our meeting?
It will be if it's not.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see it, but I could have missed it.
It wasn't there, so this morning. So.
Okay. Well, I did give it to Daniel a little earlier, so
Okay.
he might be a little busy back there. So I bet he'll get it in there soon. I think that's, and then to answer the final part of what you were asking, Linda, is part of the recommendation that we also asked for the vendor to provide us is help us create a tool to figure out how to do this on our own on a consistent basis. And so we have that information, we have that tool, we have them available to help guide us. We just haven't necessarily got implementation planning that far. We have the information. We know that we need to review rates on a consistent basis. But when to do that will probably be closer determined year 26, 27 after we can get this first phase in approach through, and then we'll continue to work with the vendor to see how long do you go, what's best, what's based on the market analysis, based on all of their research, how long should you go, which is probably not very long these days, given the cost of things, but they'll help make the recommendation for the ultimate plan. So we have the tool, we have the know-how, we have the knowledge, but they'll actually help us create a plan to be able to know when the best time to do it is, which services you pick, so on and so forth, so that we don't go too long without reviewing these.
Well, and I would think too that it wouldn't be every service category every time. It would be
Right.
depending upon what the market demand is, and also to keep your key providers and, you know, as well. I mean,
Yes, you're absolutely right. There will be multiple data sources used. So where are we lacking? What hasn't been, what wasn't in this study, maybe what are the proposed rates show as far as the percentage of where we're at currently with the rate versus what the market says it should be now. So lots of data sources to determine when we review and what we review.
yeah. Thank you. I appreciate your addressing my question.
No problem.
Jamie, this could be just the way
Is
the
your
chart is constructed. Sorry, let me lean forward a little bit. By the end of 27, we are touching all 130 rates
yes.
that were sort of reviewed. I'm just curious, why are we only affecting 83 and 85% of vendors and customers? What's happening with the other chunk? They don't need to be addressed? They're already fine, or?
You mean
there's
the
something else
rates
there?
outside of this particular study?
Yeah. Why are we only affecting 80s?
So the scope of this particular project, we're on these 113 services. There's a lot of the other services or expenditures are driven by MAPS rates, which are rates come from Medicaid and Medicare. And so we didn't take a look at those. And so the majority, I don't want to say all, I'd have to go back and double check, but the majority of the rest of the rates are determined by their MAPS rates, Medicaid, Medicare related.
Good.
Yeah.
So nothing we can do.
Right.
It's
Right.
not in our purview.
It's not in our control, right?
Yeah, so you don't have any influence on that.
No, correct. We do an annual review of those. As part of our regular reviewing of MAPS rates. We do have an annual process that we go through to review
Right.
those rates and update those. So those are done on an annual basis. But that's the majority of the rates that are not included in here. Hmm?
Another question for you. So I'm excited to hear about the pay raise, but at the same time, I'm very, very concerned that the potential of there being a access to services crisis. Because the two leading issues right now from the provider standpoint, number one is the rate,
Mhm.
and number two, how long you take me to pay. My fear is at the current rate VR pays the providers at this time when they turn in their paperwork on time is more and more getting closer to the amount of time Medicaid takes to pay providers. And we already know the Medicaid crisis right now, and that especially within the mental health field with the low rates and the delay in payment. And so it's great that y'all are looking at raising the rates, but what are y'all doing to ensure faster processing?
So I'm glad you asked. I didn't pay Jordan either. So out of the study that the vendor did with us, the comprehensive review, there were 3 recommendations. So the new proposed rates was only the first recommendation. The second recommendation was all around business processes. And then they named some very specific business processes that we could streamline, make less burdensome, take a look at. And so I don't want to say it doesn't cost money because even staff time and everybody's time is a resource, but that's something that we'll do internally that's not necessarily so heavily dependent on the budget. And so we're working on that. That falls under our provider recruitment and retention plan. And part of that is to look at what can we streamline, what can we decrease? Do we need all the forms? Can we make them more simple? Is there technology that we can use? We're going to work with ops to see if there's how can we utilize Sarah with our provider community? And so we're looking at some that's recommendation two, those business systems. And so we're going to be doing that alongside the rate increase. And then that third recommendation was to consider and the word escapes me, for providers in a rural area or those in underserved areas. What is the word? Premium, thank you. And so that was the third recommendation, is really to look in those underserved areas where we're very scarce in providers, and how do we how do we recruit providers in those underserved areas, as well as those very rural areas that we're lacking providers. But unfortunately, that's also dependent on budget. So that one, it's not that we'll leave it off the table, but we'll have to get a little further along with the projections, the expenditures, the fiscal impact, see where we land with the LAR and exceptional items request. We'll have to get a little further along with that information before we can really consider a premium for that third recommendation. But the second recommendation is all about business processes. No, this was focused on recommendation one because it ties so tightly to the budget.
You guys, we can't hear any audio online.
Sorry. I had my mic went, I don't remember muting my mic. Sorry. So what I was saying is, not sure if this would be comment, recommendation / question, but a thought that I had is maybe looking at when you're providing services to some providers, if they know X amount of time it's going to take, if you can release the full funds then, and then with whatever's not used gets returned back, maybe as a way to kind of speed things along, because it's the slow payment that is going to start a crisis like we're seeing in Medicaid. And I'm trying to hopefully prevent that.
I'm thinking that would probably have to be a federal change.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Texas VR would necessarily have the control to be able to pay in that form, but we can certainly explore it.
But point made, perhaps for services outside of the Medicaid, Medicare, that.
Yeah.
Things that are completely within our state.
Yeah, the services where it's state funded mostly, looking
Right.
at maybe, okay, well, if it's gonna take this much, then we'll give it to you upfront, and then, because I think providers, if you're gonna pay them the whole amount
Mhm.
upfront, I don't think they would have an issue giving you back money that they didn't, rather than having to
Yeah.
constantly bill and wait.
Yeah, and I think the challenge I know the challenge there is that we're fee for service.
Yeah.
So we have to go by not only our state procurement and contracting laws, but the federal procurement and contracting, as well as align with RSA. So I don't think any one of those allow for that.
Okay. Is that all right?
Nothing wrong with brainstorming.
Jamie, thank you. Any other questions for Jamie, Scott, on where we might be heading with provider rates, the impact on the budget, how we can get ahead of it, how we can make most people's lives better?
No, I want to thank her for all the information and the work.
I guess. Thank you. I mean,
Thank you.
for that prioritization of which rates to tackle first is critical. So it does seem like we're sort of going for the things that affect most people first, which is fantastic. Okay, guys, thank you so much. If no other questions for Jamie or Scott, Okay. We are gonna take a break now and we will reconvene at 2:20 sharp. And we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda, which is PwC employee engagement results. And that's also gonna then take us into the kind of the staff salary structure, which is always, seems to be related to employee engagement results. All right, guys, we'll see everybody in 11 minutes. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's move on to the next item on our agenda. We talked about our providers. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the VR staff. And the first item of this part of the agenda is 2024 survey of employee engagement. Tammy, I think you're taking this one.
I am. Thank you.
Rock and roll.
Good afternoon, Chairman and our CT members. Happy to be with you this afternoon. And I am going to be presenting on the survey of employee engagement for 2024 and our results. I'm Tammy Martin, Deputy Division Director for Field Service Delivery. Next slide. What we're going to share with you this afternoon during the course of this presentation is we're going to talk about what is the survey of employee engagement, what is the process and time frame, the survey structure, and then the 2024 survey results for the TWC VR division. Next slide. So what is the survey of employee engagement? It's an assessment tool used to measure employee perceptions of the total work environment. It is conducted for state and local government organizations, as well as other private and nonprofit entities. University of Texas at Austin Institute for Organizational Excellence is the one who conducts the survey. The C has been in existence since 1979 in some form, so it's been around for a while. The survey of employee engagement assists agency leadership. It informs organizational development and supplies insights for strategic planning. The data provides information not only about the employees' perceptions of their of the organization's effectiveness, but also about their satisfaction with their employer. Next slide. So this is the process and the timeline. The survey of employee engagement is conducted every other year, even numbered years in the spring. So that's why 2024, the previous one was in 2022, the one before that was 2020, our next one will be in 2026. It is an online survey that's anonymous and confidential. In the TWC employee list, so we provide UT, Institute for Organizational Excellence, a list of all TWC employees. Then UT IOE, which IOE, when I say that, I'm referencing the Institute for Organizational Excellence. They send a unique survey link to each employee via an email. And actually, when we receive that email, it explains that it's unique to us, so we're not even able to forward it to someone else to be able to use to complete the survey. There are several weeks that the employees have to complete the survey, and several reminders are sent out. So if you don't complete it, you're going to get a reminder several times until you do complete it so that we can hopefully get a high response rate. Then UT IOE provides the results in May or June of those even numbered years. And then the TWC Training and Development Department, they facilitate the survey result process and ensure that the results are all accessible. And then the results are only provided in aggregate and are de-identified. So we are not able to identify any employee response to the survey employee engagement. Next slide. So the C framework. There are survey statements, and some of those similar survey statements, they are grouped together as constructs. And the constructs capture the concepts most used by leadership to measure organizational performance and engagement. So you'll see on this slide the actual framework, and it has 48 primary items that capture essential workplace features within 12 constructs. So those questions that are asked, they're grouped together, and then the similar ones are grouped into these 12 constructs. And the 12 constructs are pay, employee engagement, workplace, community, job satisfaction, work group, information systems, supervision, employee development, benefits, internal communication, and strategic. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about the survey scores. The range for the construct scores fall between 100 and 500. Scores typically range between 300 to 400, and 350 is a tipping point between positive and negative perceptions. UT tells us that any score above 350 is considered desirable. Scores less than 300 suggest a source of concern for the organization, and UT sets the ideal threshold at 400. So scores above 400 are considered to be ideal. 350 to 400 is desirable. Anything less than 300 is a source of concern. Scores of 400 or more are the product of a highly engaged workforce. Next slide. So, who are the staff that take the survey of employee engagement and who would be included in the TWC overall survey results? So here we're talking about TWC as a whole organization. So the staff that are included and would be included in the overall score for the agency is state office staff, telecenter staff, field appeals staff, field vocational rehabilitation staff, and field tax staff. These survey results do not include board area staff because those are board staff, service provider staff, or TWC workforce development staff who work in the workforce center since they're not TWC employees. Next slide. So what was our participation or response rate? So here, now going back to just the VR division. So this is the response rate for the VR division, and we had an 82.8% response rate, which is excellent. We are very, very excited that we had so many employees who responded to the survey this year. We comfortably surpassed the desired 50% mark of a response rate. And we saw a 15.4% increase from our 2022 survey response rate. So again, happy to see that. Next slide. All right. Now moving toward talking about the overall VR division score. So for 2024, our overall as a VR division score was 376. So, hey, that's above that 350 in the desirable range. The TWC, so now talking agency, overall score was 383. So we were pretty close to where the agency was as a whole. So as you can see, both the TWC and VR division scores are above the 350 desirable score. And this score of 376 tells us that most VR division employees have a positive view of the division. And not only that, but our overall score has improved each year since 2018. And on this chart that's on this PowerPoint slide that is currently up, our overall score in 2020, you will see, was 352. So we were just above that 350. In 2022, we increased to 369. And then of course, this year in 2024, we increased again to 376. So we've made improvements. Next slide.
Okay, so what are the overall score for the VR division? Again, this is the VR division constructs, and these goes back to that 12 that I shared with you earlier. So how did we score for each of these 12 constructs? Construct scoring in the ideal range are color coded in blue. And you'll see that we had one construct area in that category, and that was supervision with a score of 403. The constructs scoring in the desirable range, so the 350, between 350 and 400 are color coded in blue. And then there is one that we have identified as a source of concern, which is identified here as pay with 229. So it's below that 300, but we typically see pay being the lowest. And that's across agencies. That's it, for the agency and other state agencies. You'll notice that 12 constructs, 11 of them scored above the 350 desirable threshold and one scored above the ideal. So supervision at 403 and then pay at 229. All of the other constructs were between that 350 and 400 in desirable. In general, UT says that any item improving by more than 20 points is considered significant. We saw gains in every construct except one. Benefits dropped by 3 points, but work group got close to the 20-point increase with an increase of 16 compared to the previous survey of employee engagement. So let's review our 3 highest construct scores. Our highest was supervision at 403. So this measures the degree to which employees view their supervisors as fair, helpful, and critical to the workflow. So this is positive to see. Our second highest was information systems at 399. So this captures employees' perceptions of whether they believe computer and communication systems provide accessible, accurate, and clear information. This construct measures the degree to which employees view the availability and utility of information positively. So in the VR division, we have a good, our employees have a good view of this. Our third highest was work group, which was at 394. And this score suggests that employees view their work group as effective, cohesive, and open to the opinions of all members. Now let's talk about our 3 lowest scores. Pay at 229, the lowest, and it's the only construct that's in an area of concern. Pay construct is typically rated low when organizations take these surveys, but the low score shouldn't entirely be discounted as it does have an impact on employee engagement. TWC had an overall 17-point increase in this construct, which shows the impact of the raises for state employees that we had this past year. The next lowest is job satisfaction at 359. This captures employees' perceptions about their overall work situation and the ability to maintain a work-life balance. Again, while this is one of our lowest scores, it's still in the desirable range. And the third lowest is internal communication at 367. This is still in the desirable range and is an improvement from 2022 and captures employees' perceptions of whether communication is reasonable, candid, and helpful. So taken as a whole, our constructs illustrate a strong level of engagement. In fact, only 5% of our employees who responded stated that they intend to leave the organization within 1 year. And this is down from 7% in 2022. Next slide. This slide gives you a comparison from 2020 to 2024 for each of the constructs, what those scores were in 2020, 2022, and 2024. And you'll see in most construct areas, we've seen that increase. So not only in the overall score have we seen an increase from 2020 to 2022 to 2024, but also in each of those construct areas. For example, work group. In 2020, we were at 360, 2022, 378, and in 2024, we were at 394. 403 supervision, which was our highest score. In 2020, we were at 376. 2022, we were at 393. In 2024, we're now at 403. So, you know, when you get the opportunity, if you're interested, you can take a look at this more closely and see the increase in scores over the years in each of these construct areas. All right, next slide, please. So this is our overall scores for each region, and we've provided the scores again from 2020, 2022, and 2024. So when broken down by region in the Chris Cole Rehabilitation Center for Region 1, in 2020, they were at 360, 2022, 370, and this year at 386. So again, all of our regions and Chris Cole for 2024 are in that desirable range for their overall score, which is really good to see. Region 2 in 2020, 340, 2022, they were at 352, and 2024, 363. So from 2022, they were just a little bit below, 10 points below that 350, right? Where we consider is the tipping point. And now they're above at 363, and they're now in the desirable area. For Region 3, they were at 356 in 2020. At 2022, they were at 370. And then in 2024, dipped down just a little bit to 365. Region 4, in 2020, they were at 346. And then they moved up to 377 in 2022. And in 2024, they're now at 380. Region 5, Gulf Coast, which in 2020, they were tipping down there close to 300, right? At 327. And then they bumped up to getting above that 350 in 2022. And now they're at 360. 363 to be exact. And then Region 6, they were at 361 in 2020. In 2022, they were at 370. And in 2024, they're at 380. And our Chris Cole Rehabilitation Center, they were at 360 in 2020, 373 in 2022, and then in 2024, currently they're at 367. Next slide. All right, so what is employee engagement? How are we defining that, right? So before we can discuss the levels of engagement, we're going to clarify what we mean by employee engagement. Employee engagement is the connection an employee feels toward his or her organization, which tends to influence his or her behaviors and the level of effort in work-related activities. The more engagement an employee has with their organization, the more effort they put forth. Gallup defines employee engagement as the involvement and enthusiasm of employees in their work and workplace. So on the slide, you'll see what is employee engagement, its connection, behaviors, and level of effort. Next slide. So just to give you a little bit of a national context, Gallup found that the US engagement hit an 11-year low to start 2024, particularly acute in remote, hybrid, and younger workers because of less role clarity, and they're less likely to feel that someone cares about them. While the age of our employees skews older, it would be reasonable to assume we'd be affected similarly by our move to hybrid and remote work environments. But fortunately for us, TWS is bucking this trend, and we're going to show you why. Right here. Next slide. For the VR division engagement, this slide breaks down the overall engagement at the VR division, which is quite positive. 26% of our employees are highly engaged, which is up 4% from 2022. UT defines these employees who are willing to go above and beyond in their employment. 25% of VR division employees are engaged. So highly engaged, which is up 2% from 2022. These are employees who are more present in the workplace and show an effort to help out when needed. 35% are moderately engaged, which means they're physically present but put minimal effort towards accomplishing the job. This is down 3% from 2022. Down is good here. So just want to make sure that we're clear on that. Usually down is not, but down is good here. And last, 15% are disengaged, which means they're disinterested in their jobs and maybe actively working against their coworkers. And this again is down 2%. So it's down good from 2022. Engagement is measured by 12 engagement questions pulled from various constructs. VRD engagement levels have steadily improved since 2020. So we're going in the direction that we like to see. Next slide. So we have the results. Now what? The VR division results were reviewed with the VR division managers and all staff in June. We had an all staff meeting and we reviewed the results with all staff and managers. The regions are currently discussing the results with their staff to solicit their feedback and develop strategies to improve engagement. And then we're going to be working on our action plans that are going to be created based upon that discussion. So that's where we're at. Again, overall, I think that, the survey of employee engagement showed to be very, very positive this year, and that we've certainly made improvements since 2020. So with that, Chairman, you may have stepped out. Are there any questions?
Okay, well, good
I
night.
remember doing some of those.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so good night. Step out. This is Peggy. Thank you. I think that was really interesting to see and glad to see that see all those improvements being made. And so if no other questions, we will hand it to Scott for the staff salary structure is where we're at. Oh, okay.
Late on the draw here, but I guess my question would be is there, because there has been significant turnover in staff in VR. So is there a similar feel for or a study of the reasons for people's exit if it's not simply, retirement is certainly, I understand that, that one. But is there, when you look at people's exit interviews or people leaving the employment site, do we have any insight into what could be going on that's different than what's reflected in this study, which has a lot to do with work culture and
It does.
expectations?
It really does. And we do, and I'm going to let Scott speak to that.
This is Scott speaking. Reviewing our exit surveys, the data shows that really the top two reasons for individuals exiting, that when they're provided the survey prior to leaving, workload is the number one. Pay is brought up every now and then, but not as frequent as it used to. We get this exit survey every quarter, and the pay used to be one of the top ones, but recently it's been workload in addition to indications about training, feeling equipped to be able to perform the duties of the job, that they had wished that training had happened earlier in their tenure when they first started. And so that's kind of the feedback that we're kind of seeing mentioned more frequently in looking at the responses for individuals that are separating from employment. Here recently, we've been tracking the number of separations each month for the past almost two fiscal years. And this is the first fiscal year during 24 that we've maintained below. It fluctuates between 15 and 17 separations a month. And it's just been holding steady every single month since September. And usually August is our peak month with retirements. And we'll see what this month holds in store. But in comparing to the number of individuals that have exited during state fiscal year 24 compared to prior years, it's much better. So last fiscal year in 23, where we had a turnover rate of about 17.3%, the number of separations each month was very volatile. It rained. We had some months that was in the 20s, and then it would dip maybe to 15, but then back up the next month to 30. And there was just no stability. And then in 22, there was, I would say, current steady state. It was stable, but it was constantly increasing every single month. And so it kind of ramped up all the way from September, 15 separations, 17, 20, 25, 30, 32, all the way up to that August high point, and then dropped again in September. And so this is the first fiscal year we've actually held at a very low monthly number of individuals exiting. So in 23, we had a turnover rate of 17.3%. This year, we're forecasting to be closer to almost our pre-pandemic level when it was at 14%. We might be closer to 15 or 16% for 24. We ended this past quarter at 10%. Quarter 3 of last year was at 13%. So if it went from 13 to 17, that was like a 4 percentage point increase, and we're now at 10, and it was a 3% delta between last year's quarter to this quarter. We might, I mean, I don't want to put it out there. The data is showing much improvement and being more stable.
Well, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I hope it's because of, again, the culture is holding on to.
Noreen, this is Karen. Your microphone's not on.
Oh, well, it's had a green light. Is it, maybe I was just too far away from it. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so when you look at the two issues though, I believe you said workload issues, and the second one was
The training.
training. And you look at the framework that's on slide 5, where would those two issues be in those 12 constructs?
I could guess, but I'm not going to do that. Those specific questions, I think what we need to go back and is find those types of questions to see where they would roll up into the constructs.
So that'd be interesting. So let's
Yeah,
kind of think about where they are, because yeah, this is pretty broad information. as
Yeah.
opposed to addressing specific issues that people identify. Okay.
and I don't have those in front of me right
That's-
now, so
That's okay.
we can go back and take a look and see where those types of questions would land.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Scott, I'm curious to know what the ideal, because and I don't know if there's such a thing, but what the ideal rate would be of people leaving in a quarter. I mean, you got as low as 10%, as high as 25, 30%. That's significant. I mean, I'm just curious to know what the ideal.
Okay. The ideal separations per month, we have calculated at 15. That's what good looks like. If we were to sustain at 15 per month, that would then have an annual turnover rate about close to 10 to 11%. And so that's what we're aiming for. That's what research shows, that's a good, healthy, for an organization, for a company to have about 10%. So we're still above that, but it's nice to see the data to show that we're on the downward trend from our highs of almost 18% 2 years ago to 17.3% last year. And hopefully we'll finish at 15 this year.
Thank you.
Good question, Glenda. Any others? Well, feel free to incorporate any of these questions, because it does kind of tie into the discussions around our salary structure and benchmarking. I understand we are pressed for time here. In your binders, there is a document titled the salary structures and benchmarking, my talking points. Feel free to take a look at those. If we do have any questions, we can perhaps take a deeper, a more thorough analysis and discussions into when the personnel committee meets. There's perhaps additional questions that we can take there and look into. But overall, and just looking at the salary structures for the division, we follow the job descriptions and the classifications posted by the state auditor's office. There are over 1,000 job descriptions and classifications that SAO has. The VR division has about 83 of those 1,175. And so with the classifications that we have selected, the SAO has within those job descriptions, knowledge, skills, and abilities for that classification, in addition to identifying education and qualifications in order to be qualified for that particular classification. And so we match up with the duties, responsibilities that a position has to closely match with what SAO job description classification we're going to go with. Our HR department reviews those and make sure that there's close alignment with what we've selected to go with compared to what the position is classified into. So we got to have really good alignment with that. Also following with the SAO, we've got a salary schedule. Each classification is assigned a salary group. And within that salary group, you have a beginning salary, a midpoint, and an end. And for our positions, we don't start at the beginning. We kind of start more closer towards the second quartile of that salary group. And so each position is assigned a salary group. And with the salary groups we have, for the most part, we are in the salary schedule B that the SAO has posted on their website. And it ranges from, I don't remember what the low is, but for the VR division, our lowest position on the salary group is at a B11. And then it ranges all the way up to B30, I want to say. And we've got, within those classifications, we have 10 of our positions that have what we call a career ladder, to have a career ladder, promotion opportunities within for your position. Example for this one, our vocational rehabilitation counselors. There is a SAO job classifications called the vocational rehabilitation counselor from a 1 to a 4. So from a B17 up to a B21, and just promote along the way as you meet the qualifications to advance to the next level up to the top of that career ladder. The SAO doesn't have a VRC 5, but the VR division, we do have a senior VR counselor position, but it's classified as a program specialist. And so it's one step higher than the VRC 4 that's on the SAO classification. But SAO does not have that unique particular type of VRC 5. It stops at the 4. But so we got 10 positions that have career ladders. Most of them, actually all of them, are either direct service delivery or support direct service delivery. And we've got each position kind of serves as, is structured in a way that promotes workforce planning and succession planning, that kind of positions that are classified at a lower salary group prepare you kind of moving up into positions that are at a higher salary group and a higher classification, meaning that your rehabilitation assistants, a good pipeline into vocational rehabilitation counselor positions into the unit support coordinator position, those positions to the VR supervisor to the VR manager. Everything just kind of follows I guess like the ladder in moving up through as a perspective at the unit level to a regional level to a state office position level. So that's how we're structured. And when we post positions, we post a position at not again at the beginning of a salary group, but at least at the second quartile up to the third quartile. Well, how do we establish that entry salary that we're going to have in that posting? We benchmark our positions against internal positions to the state following looking at the Texas Tribune, where they are able to pull together all classifications, and you can specifically point to one and show what the median salary is for that position across all similar, across all the same classification in different agencies in the state. We also benchmark against the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and their Outlook Handbook. Of kind of an example here would be our VR counselors. And so of the 84,000 VR counselor positions in the country, the median salary is at 44,000. The average salary, though, is at almost 48 or 30. So the median at 44, that means 50% of the 84,000 actually earn below the 44, and 50% of all individuals in the VR counselor position earn above the 44,000. However, with an average, the average salary is almost at 50,000 for the VR counselor position across the country. Well, how does Texas compare to that? Well, looking at our data, we have got our median of our counselor positions is at 56,000. That means half counselors in the division earn less than 56,000, and more than half earn more than that. So looking at the average, so the average salary then is almost at 57,000. So we're quite higher than the national stats would suggest. So that's the median and the average. And so from there, we apply that methodology similar to other positions that we want to be competitive in the labor market as we're looking to hire supervisors, as we're looking to hire rehabilitation assistants. How do we compare to similar positions in our market so we can be competitive and be able to recruit more staff, but also to retain the staff that we currently have. And so in looking at what we discussed previously of our turnover, let's just take one of our positions for example here, for our counselors. We've got 711 counselor positions. Right now, 73% are vacant. So that means about 10% of our counselor positions are vacant. Well, how does that compare to kind of our other positions? Well, in the VR division, we've got a total of 1,058 other positions, and 91 of those are currently vacant, so almost about 9%. So there's a little bit of a disparity of our counselors having about a 1 percentage point higher the vacancies compared to non-counselor positions. And then just looking at the current positions that we do have vacant, what does it look like for our counselors? So of the 1,769 positions we have in the division, with the 711 counselor positions that we have, almost 40.2% of our positions are counselor positions. Okay. Well, then if we look at our vacancies, we've got roughly about 164 total positions vacant right now. But of those vacancies, the counselor positions comprise of 44.5%. So if the counselor positions are about 40% of your staff, but almost 45% of your vacancies, there's a little bit of a disparity here that, in fact, the counselor positions do make up more of their fair share of the vacancies. But the good news is that's current state. It's nice to finally see it at the 45, whereas before it used to be over 50%. And we're seeing improvement in this area, which then goes to show back to the stats that discussed earlier about the number of separations each month. This is the most stable that we've ever experienced. So it's great to see stability in our turnover. It's great to see kind of stability in just looking at our counselor positions, that fewer and fewer of our counselor positions are vacant, and they're, as would be expected, given their percentage of all total positions that you have, that we're starting to see kind of a fairness, equitable, I guess, of the vacancies to those. So that's our structure based on the SAO classifications, and then the benchmarking. That's where we do the analysis and look at what is the typical counselor position in looking at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What do they have to show? And then also to the Texas Tribune and what those median salaries for the same classifications that we have that other state agencies have. How do we compare to those? We conduct an analysis on a regular basis. The last one was conducted back in 2022. And the analysis at that time showed that we are pretty competitive. The national averages at that time were still, it seemed about in the 47-ish range. And then we compared to other state VR programs. We have access to, there's a spreadsheet that has almost every single VR program across the country. And we asked the question, or they asked the question, what are your salaries that you offer counselors? And so Texas is listed on there. We have the range from the counselor 1 to the 4, what our starting salary could be, which our salaries are determined based on level of experience and education. And so if you apply for a position and you've got a master's degree and 15 plus years of experience, and some of those years of experience were actually as a VR counselor, you're going to make a substantially higher salary than someone who comes to us that has a bachelor's degree and you don't have any experience. And so that's how we then gauge what's an appropriate salary to offer based on that objective information that you present during the hiring process. Any questions come to mind?
I do. I have just curiosity. You mentioned the SAO, and that's where the job definitions are created. How often do they create, or what's the process of creating new positions? Because there are positions over the years that have been created that did not exist, to my knowledge, when I was working in VR, and such as the what's the one above the counselor 4?
The senior
The
VR.
one, yeah, the senior VR counselor, the one. I mean, how are new positions created, and what's the process that happens when new positions, because you can't, I mean, you got to find a way to redefine some things to make things work, sometimes to keep people, to promote people, to create a career ladder and those kinds of things.
Exactly, Glenda. And the best way that we create positions is you find the SAO classification that closely aligns with the direction you're trying to go with that position. So in essence, you've got two different types of job titles. You've got the SAO classification job title and then your functional work title. And so oftentimes those two aren't necessarily the same. And so
Right.
your title could be, back to the senior VR counselor. And so it follows the alignment of VRC 1, 2, 3, 4, senior VRC. Behind the scenes, it's SAO classification 1, 2, 3, 4, program specialist 5. So I was like, wait, that's a little weird. But the title still follows the career ladder promotion process. But behind the scenes, it was selecting an SAO classification that could be developed to align with the direction you were trying to go with that position, and focusing on, as a senior counselor, more of the training, more on the mentoring that the program specialist kind of affords.
Mm-hmm.
You can still
Does SAO create, I mean, do they at times create new positions as demand? I mean, look at technology. I mean, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there was the technology that exists today didn't exist then. And so how are positions created that are new and don't exist? I mean, how do they do that? What's the process? Do you know?
It would still be, well, for us, as we look to pivot towards meeting kind of the environmental demands and the changes in technology, that knowing, like, for instance, we're looking to add an artificial intelligence coordinator within operations. And so know that there's not an SAO classification for it. However, there's an information systems business analyst position. And so you kind of develop your job description that aligns still with just some of the high points of that classification. So you have the alignment with that classification, with that pay group, that you're looking for, but your functional title reflects the complexity or the duties that you're looking for. And then you select the essential job functions that get at what it is that you're trying to meet. But SAO may not specifically have an AI type position. You're just going to focus on something that's similar, that's in their IT, what do they call it, kind of group.
I just, it seems to me that, and I know this is a federal question. I mean, you can't, I know you, but it just seems to me that that's kind of ignorant of SAO not to create new positions as new, this new technologies and look at environmental, kinds of things that happen. And that's out of your wheelhouse, I know, but I was just curious to know. But you answered my question as far as TWCVR is concerned,
But
how
for
that's done.
Glenda, for SAI, I know they do add new classifications whenever they review their classification plan. I don't know how often that they do that, if it's annually or each biennium. But that 1,175 that they currently have is less than that last year.
So they do review it occasionally then.
They do that, and in addition to, they even reallocate some classifications, meaning the counselor one is now at the pay group B17. Last year it was at the B16. And so they do move positions around, their classifications around onto a pay group as they start to see in their analysis perhaps changes or fluctuations in the ultimate the salary groupings that they're looking to average. Because we've seen movement in those positions.
Well, that kind of answers more of my question too. Thanks.
Thanks, Linda.
Hey, Scott, this is Jordan. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jordan.
Question. The federal group that Glenda just talked about, have they recognized peer support yet, so that could potentially start being a staff member of VR? Because that's one potential solution to help with improving response times.
And so with that, that's giving feedback.
Jordan, I think you have a mic speaker feeding in the you could device.
Huh?
Jordan, after asking the question, device.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think there we go.
Jordan, just go and mute.
Okay, I believe he's on
after
mute
you
now.
ask the question.
Okay,
Perfect.
so the way we would approach adding additional positions to meet business needs is we would put in that FTE request beforehand that would justify what it is that we're needing to be able to address a service delivery need. And so that's where those discussions would then occur as we kind of evaluated where we've got needs within our personnel. And we would then request those FTEs. Lately, it's been our focus has been on client services. All funding has been directed towards client services, and hopefully, after we are able to see movement on acquiring reallotment funding, our supplemental requests, and our exceptional items, then perhaps we can visit and look at what we can do to increase our FTEs and ask for that cap extension, so we could add additional personnel. And what those positions might be, that's where we'd have some flexibility to have, whether more additional counselors, peer support individuals, more support positions, whatever it might be. That's where we would put in that request.
Scott, where do we rank? It's actually a question in the chat, which is a good question. Where do we rank across other states of similar size and similar complexity?
From what I remember, I don't remember where we ranked, but I know California was higher with their salary at 67. We're at 56. The next closest, it was New York. So it's comparing between Florida, New York, California. What was one of the other large states? And then Texas, so the top four. We're kind of in the middle.
We're in the middle of the big complex states.
But what complicates it even more, not all of those other states have the robust type of career ladder that we have. They just might have a counselor position and then the senior level. And so we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so it's a little bit difficult. I mean, to compare that apples to apples, again, we just look at all staff and we take that average. Whereas their senior level counselors against ours, it's pretty equitable.
What about private sector?
Private sector, just focusing on salary alone, they are much higher than we are. But when you compute into the value of our benefits package, that's where we're competitive. Of our salary package, the benefits comprise about 35% of that. Private industry, the value of theirs, I think it's in the 20s, maybe 21%. And so we're able to gain some ground based on what we pay for in regards to medical, leave, paid leave, to retirement, and I forget what one of the other areas is.
It's tricky if you're somewhere into early to, let's say, first third of your career. Some of that stuff doesn't quite seem to matter, right?
That's true.
Contributions of retirement. Hey, I'm 30, right? I just got my master's degree. Do I really care about that? I should, but I probably don't.
And each year the SAO conducts an analysis of the benefits package. You get to do this summer. But last time it was at 35%.
Gotcha. So do we see a need to reevaluate our salary bands or anything like that?
We will, this fall, we will regroup and take another analysis to see what opportunities that we have to make any adjustments. In looking at the exit surveys, and pay has been expressed or mentioned, but not as heavily as it used to. And then the number of salary offers that are turned down, almost 90% of offers are in fact accepted. So we're going to take a look at everything and see where we have opportunity to perhaps make some adjustments.
Folks, any other questions, comments, thoughts on this quite important topic?
You know, I'm glad, Scott, you mentioned benefits because I don't think people realize the value of the benefits that state employees have. I know when I've gone to state fairs and I've gone to other events and I tell them, well, I'm a state employee, I'm retired. Don't let that state employee benefits go. Don't, and I think people think of just the immediate salary, but when you think about the benefits, and if people knew what the state pays for our medical insurance, it's over $600 a month for one person. I mean, our benefits are not something to be sneezed at and ignored. Anyway, that's just from having been a 33-year state employee. I appreciate the fact that I had the state. I didn't get paid that much. I mean, I was underpaid for what I did, but I appreciate the state benefits that I had and that I have as a retiree.
It's probably an interesting kind of a social evolution of how much the younger generations care or not care about.
Excuse me, I don't know who's speaking, but we can't hear you here online virtually.
It's not worth repeating. Uh, what I said is it's basically there's probably an interesting social studies. I don't know, deep dive that probably somebody has done on the value of benefits depending on what generational cohort you are and how close you are to beginning of your career versus end of your career. My guess is the value of benefits is underappreciated by some of our younger generations. Scott, thank you. Any other comments, questions, feedback? Let's revisit this, guys, when we have a little bit more of a sense for what are we gonna do, if anything, to close some of the gaps. Next item, and this is a little bit of just education for the council, education for general public. The contract life cycle and the contract processes with VR providers. Jamie.
Yes, good afternoon again. Jamie Haywood, Deputy Division Director for Program Policy and Support. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the TWC procurement and contract cycle. I do want to make a disclaimer. I am by no means an expert in this area. While we do a ton of this, it is certainly not done alone, and I'll share a little bit more about that. But I've got the handy dandy procurement and contract management handbook. I've got some lifelines online. And then if there is any additional information that the committee would like, we have a whole department within a division that is the centralized unit that does this work for the entire agency. So I'm going to hit really high level and talk a little bit of specifics about the makeup of our contracts within VR. Try to answer as many questions I can, and then we'll see how far that gets. So just so we're all on the same page, procurement is the process of finding, acquiring, and buying goods or services or works from an external source. So that's what procurement is. And then of course the contract piece is the formal agreement that includes like terms and conditions, your deliverables, that sort of thing. So just want to, because procurement is not necessarily an everyday word everyone uses. So I just wanted to share that. Daniel, if you'll go to that first, or the next slide, I'm sorry. So a little bit about the cycle. The comptroller, which is the authority in which we have our guidance under, defines the procurement and contract cycle in 5 overall steps. 1 being procurement planning, 2 being procurement method determination, 3 being vendor selection, 4 is contract formation and award, and then the last step is contract management. I say last step, except this is a cyclical process. And so as represented by the graphic, that's a circle with arrows that are constantly going in a circle representing a cycle. Those are the steps, but they're not necessarily linear by any means. So a little bit more about that. I am not the expert. We have an entire centralized division, procurement and contract services, also known as PCS, that handles procurement and contract services for the entire agency. So for all of TWC, including VR, PCS processes most of the purchasing activities for TWC goods or services. And then we also have a division, IT, the division, they also can conduct purchases that are made from the, what we call the DIR, which is the Department of Information Resources. PCS, so Procurement and Contract Services, that centralized division assists TWC staff, including, I'm going to keep using TWC staff because again, they're for the entire agency, in multiple ways in the procurement and contract cycle, everything from helping with the solicitation, planning documents, procurement, deciding what procurement methods, all the way to helping with the evaluation process, down to awarding, executing, and managing contracts. So we'll get a little bit more into each step in the cycle, but just want to give you a little high level there, since they are the centralized unit and all that they do. We also work with other divisions and departments among the agency within this process. So it's not just PCS and VR or PCS and the Workforce Development Division. There are multiple divisions and departments that work within this process throughout the whole process. So there's the PCS, there is the program areas or the business unit, and that can come from any division and any department. We have our Office of General Counsel, and then finance can also be a part of this process. So again, multiple divisions, multiple departments that work on any given procurement and contract at any time. So along with the process. So let's see if you'll go to the next slide, Daniel. So let's start with the first step in the process. So the first step in the process is procurement planning. So before we purchase a good or service, it's all about what's the business need. What do we need? What is the good or the service that we need and why? And so to figure that out, the business area works together with, the PCS team to complete a needs assessment, do a cost estimate, and then depending on how complex the procurement may be and the expected value of the good or service that you want to purchase, there could also be required a very specific acquisition plan. Those are for those really high dollar, over $1 million items, as well as there's some other complexities within the procurement process that could trigger an acquisition plan. So that procurement planning, I'm making it sound very simple. It is not. There are a lot of steps and documents and forms and meetings that happen even during the procurement planning part of this cycle. But really the main takeaway is that you do a needs assessment, you do a cost estimate, and then ultimately, if there's one needed, you would put together an acquisition plan. So once you have your procurement planned, you move to step 2 in the cycle, which is, okay, I know what I need and why I need it for, as a business need, but what's the best method? So there are multiple methods in which to acquire goods or services. So there are different types of procurement. So there's requests for proposals, there's open enrollment, there's invitation for bids, there's interagency and interlocal contracts. So there's multiple methods in which to acquire or purchase those goods or services. And so the program team or business team, depending on what you're called in your division, work very closely with the contract developer and PCS to determine that procurement method using all of the information that you did in the planning prior to this step. There's actually 12 steps in the state guide in which the contract developer who helps the business area needing to procure goods or services, there's a process in which they go through to help identify the most appropriate procurement method. And there's about 20 procurement methods that we have available to us. And I'm sticking to these notes because and as you can imagine, there's 20 different procurement methods. Each one of them have some very specific parameters that you can only use for certain purchases of goods or services. And so that's really what that PCS, that's why they're the experts. That's why they're certified, they're, trained to help us figure that out. So there's very specific parameters for the different types of procurement. And, but an easy way to, or not an easy, but a simple way maybe to think of the procurement methods is they can be either competitive or non-competitive. And so, for example, an RFP, a request for proposal, that's a competitive type of procurement. And this is the process in which we invite and obtain responses from vendors in response to very specific advertised business needs for what you're trying to purchase. And then there is lots of steps in between this next sentence, but a contract is ultimately awarded based on the best value and in accordance with all what was advertised in the solicitation. So it's very specific to what was posted in their request for proposal. So that's an example of a competitive procurement. And then we have like open enrollments. We're familiar with open enrollments, which is a non-competitive way to procure items. And VR is very special in that we're the only ones in the agency that uses open enrollments. So we get all of the attention from PCS when it comes to open enrollments. Yeah, so it's non-competitive, and really this is an enrollment style application process where we post the requirements on the solicitation, and then all those who qualified, they were a qualified responsive vendor. And again, this is not determined by us. This is determined by the procurement department. But if they are a responsive and qualified vendor, they can be awarded a contract under an open enrollment as long as they meet, again, what we posted and are clearly soliciting. So that's what makes it non-competitive. As long as you meet the requirements, then you could ultimately be awarded a successful contract. So I will spare you all the steps for each one of those. Competitive versus non-competitive. The main difference in a competitive versus non-competitive is a competitive process is very confidential. It's very formal. It's very, there's an evaluation process. There are, very particular steps in a competitive process that are not necessarily in the open enrollment process. The open enrollment process, while there are a lot of similarities, like we post the solicitation, we review the solicitation, again, the open enrollment process or the non-competitive process really comes down to, based on the application that you have turned in, do you meet the requirements in the solicitation? And have you successfully turned in your documents? And then if you have, then you could be awarded a contract versus you're competing with other applicants who have also turned in an application. Let's see. So just to give you a little bit about our breakup of contracts. So we currently, as of, what's today? Thursday. As of Tuesday, we had 1,301 contracts in total. Excuse me. And the number of open enrollment contracts of those are 1,019. So that just lets you know that we're very, very heavy on the open enrollment contracts. And then of the 1,300, there are 69 contracts that were a result of an RFP, but about half of those are in our BET program, so our Business Enterprise of Texas program. And then another big area where out of the 20, so these are when I talked about the 20 types of procurement, open enrollment is one, RFP is another, request for proposal. An IAC is an interagency. Interagency, just to give you a little bit of background on that, is where we can contract. It's not necessarily a competitive process. The entity on the other end of the contract has to meet the solicitation needs, but it's a type of contract where we can contract with another state agency or state organization or entity or college. That's typically a lot of our post-secondary or colleges, universities that are state public entities. That's usually, those agreements are in the form of an interagency contract, but we have 176 of those. So, and then there are some 37 other can include MOUs, it can include leases. There are various kind of some dangling of some of those other 20 that that are in that group of different procurement methods. So again, the majority of ours are in open enrollment, over 1,000 of the 1,300, and IAC's interagency contracts being the next largest, followed by RFPs. So after the procurement method, so the type, so is it going to be a competitive or a non-competitive? Is it going to be a request for proposal? Is this a state agency? After that's determined, this makes it sound really easy, like you just magically select the vendor. But that there are a ton of steps, as you can imagine, in this process, just giving you the outline. But ultimately, after you've gone through the procurement method determination, which includes between there and the vendor selection, it includes the solicitation building, the posting, the application processing and reviewing, the evaluation process if it's competitive. You ultimately make a recommendation for a vendor. And I love how it says this is the final step in the solicitation process, but then there are 11 sub-steps in there. So, it's not as easy as it makes it seem on the graphic and in step 3. But ultimately, what you want to get at is choosing the vendor that best meets the need of the business need for the good or the service that you posted. So once a vendor is selected, then now this is where and again, this whole time, this process is facilitated by the PCS centralized division. So along the way, program comes in to help with determining the need. The Office of General Counsel is checking contract language. Some other of those divisions and departments are coming in and doing their piece in the process. But all along, the centralized division, which is PCS, is facilitating this entire process. So the recommendation has been made for an award, whether it was a non-competitive award or whether it was a competitive award. And so the contract developer then hands it off to the contract manager. So now that there is the handoff to the contract manager, the contract manager begins working on the formation of the actual contract, working with the vendor that was recommended for award. And then once all of the contract is tied up in a bow and everybody's signed and it is an official working document, then the contract developer for competitive procurements will post to the ESVD website, and which posts the notice of award for the actual solicitation. So at that point, we've got an active contract, which means that vendors can start providing goods and services to TWC. Of course, there's orientation and stuff like that vendors and contractors go through. But ultimately, when there's a contract, that means that the work can begin. So high level. I know I'm skipping lots of details. And then again, after there's a contract written, it doesn't mean, okay, there's a contract. Oh, sorry. I didn't say next slide. And then next slide. Told y'all I was sticking to these notes. That's okay. No, thank you. So we went from vendor selection to then contract formation and award, which is what I was just referring to. That's where the team member and PCS hands off the work to the contract manager who formulates the contract, works to get the signatures, and ultimately means that contract is now awarded. So now we've moved to the last step in the cycle, which is contract management. So once the contract is signed, by no means does that mean the work is done. So contract management includes, and again, this is in collaboration with multiple divisions and multiple departments, includes contract orientation, communication, contract amendments, there's extensions, there's risk assessments, contract monitoring, escalation of contract issues, vendor performance reporting, and all the way down to contract closeout, whether the contract what ended because of expiration or termination. So lots even within contract management, not only from the PCS team, but from the different other divisions such as the program or business unit, Office of General Counsel. So this is I think if there's one thing I'd want you to walk away with, it's definitely while PCS is a centralized division that facilitates this process, it is definitely a collaborative effort. And there are some different terms. I know there was a question about the different terms. So it's the famous, it depends, but how long is a contract? It depends. What's the good or the service that you were acquiring and awarded? Under what circumstances? There's a ton of variables, but typically a contract is awarded for a certain amount of time. It can, or it doesn't have to, but it can have options for renewals at a year or 2 years, or even a different time length. So contracts are awarded for a certain amount of time and can include renewals. And then if you are out of renewals, to avoid things like service disruption to customers, there is an option that we work very closely with PCS on an OGC called a 90-day holdover and a GAA extension. So to avoid service disruption to our customers, we do have a one-time, you get a one-time option if you need to extend certain contracts. And of course, there's parameters around that too that you have to meet, but there's an option to be able to extend contracts one time to avoid things like service disruption to customers. So we do have that option as long as we meet the criteria for that. And GAA, I'm using all these acronyms, is the General Appropriation Act extension. And then ultimately, Jordan must have a question.
Yep, I do. Okay, so under contract management, are they tracking how long counselors are taking to pay providers so that an average can be looked at so that it's kind of easier to see where you're at and know if you're heading in the direction of slower or faster turnaround time?
So invoicing is a program function. Invoicing and service payment is a program function. So the procurement and contracting department would not handle that. That would be us in VR.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So I know that was a really high level overview. It was meant to be. There are a lot of steps, a lot of collaboration, there's a lot of documentation within everything I talked about, but ultimately the process to acquire goods or services, there has to be a method in which we do that that's allowable under the comptroller's, the comptroller's guide law. And the PCS team really helps us facilitate this process to make sure that we meet all of the requirements, that the purchases are allowable, and really helps us walk through this process.
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
I've been in situations where the vendor was the only, this is with assistive technology, and that's unique, I know. But how is it handled where if there's one or one vendor who handles a particular product? For example, HIMS Incorporated handles, let's say, a particular type of assistive technology. That's not true because there's competitive, but how are single vendor contracts handled where there's one vendor that handles a particular type of product?
So there is a particular option that we have called a sole source purchase.
That's what I thought, yeah.
And there are very specific parameters and very specific justification and documentation that the
Mhm.
programs office would have to provide for then that to be evaluated by the procurement team to even see if that was really an option. Because if we're going to declare sole source, it really has to be sole source. And so
Right.
we work to turn in the justification for that. But ultimately, the procurement and contracting services department is who determines whether or not that's the most appropriate procurement method. And if it's not, they let us know what they recommend. You might not be able to go sole source, but this is really an RFP, a request for proposal is more appropriate, or they'll let us know which method is most appropriate if that's not, if we don't meet the criteria for that. And there's very, very few of those.
I know, yeah.
Jamie, what are the avenues of conflict resolution if either during the sourcing process or during the contract execution process, there's a dispute between a provider
Mhm.
and the state?
So there's a handy dandy chart in here, but I won't fumble around and look at it, that really lays out when the different partners, whether that's the Office of General Counsel, whether that's procurement and contracting, or whether that's the program area like VR, when you can communicate with a vendor and when you can't. So for example, during a competitive process, all communication really needs to go through that purchaser that's handling the RFP all the way until award happens, until the notification is awarded publicly. So it just depends on the procurement method for when, whether it's programs or whether it's PCS or whether it's OGC, when they can talk to the vendor at which time in the process.
What about during the contract execution of services, so contract management?
So
phase
contract's
5.
been executed. So we have us as programs has a form that providers can fill out if there's something that we can't agree on. You said, like, if there's a disagreement, there's a way to escalate that through programs. Providers can always reach out to their contract manager. That's one of their main points of contact. They can always reach out to their project manager, their contract manager. It really just depends on what they can always reach out to the region. They can always reach out to their local contact in the region that they work with. I know a lot of our local staff work very closely with the providers in that area. So if it's something more formal, if it's something in the terms and conditions, if it's something pretty egregious, it's usually better to go straight to the contract manager. That's who, even if the challenge came to us, but it was something more formal or legal, we would get the contract manager involved, and then we'd work through that to find some resolution. But there's multiple avenues that, whether it's programs, that needs to address something, or whether it's a contract management has done a desk review and they need to approach something, or a provider. But it's the good old, it depends on the situation.
Well, there's a certain amount of fear of retribution when it comes to conflict situations. And how do we deal with protecting the provider who might have a legitimate issue? How do we prevent retribution?
Well, I would say that, we're just like we talked about earlier with service providers, is we're all here for the same reason, to serve the customer. We all have a common goal. So we want providers to be successful, so that our customers can be successful. So, I would say that if a provider feels like they can't go to a certain contact, there's multiple contacts that they could escalate to, or multiple people that they can talk to. But I think there's multiple opportunities to communicate, to find some resolution without it being a negative, out there being a negative outcome, because we're ultimately here to serve the customers. So we have a genuine interest in resolving whatever it is that we need to resolve.
Guys, thoughts, questions, comments? It's an interesting topic. It's a
Contracts is complex.
There's a 107-page TWC procurement and contracting guide, if you're interested.
have a hard time falling asleep.
Yeah.
It explains all the details, well, not all, but most of the details and steps between what I just talked about, so.
So this is Peggy, and I've done multiple of those contract applications, and it's about as much fun filling out all the forms as probably that 107-page document. I just think one of the things that, adds to the layers and the complexity is, the amount of time that it takes. And so I always get real, because the contracts that we typically have renewals, right? And those are seamless. And the contract managers are great at getting those out. But that final year, I always get a little nervous of like, okay, it takes me 9 months. When is the open enrollment? Because I can't apply to renew my contract unless there's an open enrollment, and then knowing, how long that process takes. So I think that's just another added layer of complexity that adds to it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's just how it is, right? But it's one of those steps.
It is to a certain extent, but I agree. We agree.
Oh, I'm sure.
And as I was reading through the 107 pages, I'm like, oh, that's why we do that. Exactly. So I say that to say that part of when earlier we talked about recommendation 2 from the PCG study, which is to look at our business processes, looking at our procurement process as far as what we can control. And of course, this would be in collaboration with PCS, because they are the ultimate purchasing agent or purchasing division for our agency, given the authority to make the purchases. So we will do this in collaboration. But part of what we want to look at is the open enrollment process, and to see where we can streamline, to see where we can reduce forms, is what's required. Are we requiring more than what's really required? And, or can we streamline some things? Have we done some of this to ourselves? And so that's part of what we'll be doing is, not only is it in recommendation 2, but it's part of that provider recruitment and retention plan that is to evaluate the open enrollment process and see how we can make that more efficient.
I think
So
that'd
you
make
might be called to give your input.
I think that'd make a big difference on bringing new providers in, right? I couldn't imagine wanting to provide employment services and thinking, okay, I'm going to start my own business. Yep, this is great. I'm in an area that really needs this. Oh, it's going to take me 9 months before I can provide services and get paid. Well, I'm going to go find something else to do. So
Absolutely.
I see that as a barrier for sure.
And what we want to do is, where we can control those efficiencies, control them as much as we can. I will tell you though, there are a lot of places that we just can't, but where we can, we do want to make those more efficient. Because it's, you talked about the time on both ends, right?
Oh yeah, I'm
you guys
sure.
fill them out.
It's
Then there's
fun
the
on your
review
end.
and the checking and so the more efficient we can make it, the more beneficial I think it will be for all involved. And ultimately, if that results in attracting and retaining providers, then the ultimate is that our customers benefit from that.
One of the other things I might add is that it seems like one of the most complex parts of the of the open enrollment or the contracting process is the personnel section. Because you submit all, each person who's working in that area and all of the information related, all of their credentials.
Mhm.
And and then there's the update every time there's a change or every time you add a credential. And it seems to be, it's pretty complicated. And if there is a way to simplify that, plus I think there's kind of a layered system in terms of, was this person accepted? Are they now able to provide the service that they were credentialed for? But they all relate back to the contract. And, but that process seems to get hung up.
Yep.
Sometimes.
And again, it's balancing, we want certified, qualified, credentialed providers providing the services to our customers. What's the most efficient way that we can collect that information so that we can determine that, and you guys can provide that information without making it so overburdensome. Or if it does have to be that burdensome, explaining why. There's nothing wrong with, I know this stinks, but this is what's written in state procurement and contracting law. And so this is why. And maybe while the documentation is required, maybe we're asking instead of, an example could be also for efficiencies. Yeah, we need the form, but we ask for 25 pieces of information and maybe there's really only 12 items of information that we need on that document. So it's not necessarily just about removing, but it's that balance between the information that we need as a program to collect the data and meet the requirements that we need to meet. But then also, are we creating inefficiencies also it would be good to also know it. Well, yeah, it might be good, but do we really need that? Does that really?
Or is there a better way to
Right.
get
yeah.
the same information
Yeah.
that requires less effort?
Mhm.
Any other final questions or comments? Another important topic, clearly something that's we're quite passionate about, because without providers, we can't necessarily serve our customers.
Absolutely. And what I'll do, just in case you're interested, is I'll send this guide to Daniel. He can put it in the RCT, the RCT binder.
Yes.
For some midnight.
That plot in the binder and make sure everything makes its way in there.
Not too bad. The state one is over 400 pages. TWC's is 107.
So the 107 is for midnight reading, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Guys, thanks
Thank
much.
you.
Let's take a short break, our final break. For folks who might be wanting to make a public comment, please put a comment into the Q&A section. And we will accommodate. There's going to be the last opportunity now for public comment. Let's take a 9-minute break, get back together at 4:05 sharp, and finish the day strong.
All right.
All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. We are going to proceed with our agenda, and the next item, once again, in the spirit of education of the council, education of the general public, is what happens when things don't go perfect. We all want to do the right thing, but sometimes things don't go as well as we intended, and that creates issues where customers need to express their concerns. So Tammy is going to talk to us about the customer complaint process, various channels, and what happens across them.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, this is Tammy Martin, Deputy Division Director for Field Service Delivery. So we're going to talk about customer complaints and what are the options, because I know that Many of you on this council may have heard from whether it's providers or customers or family members who have either concerns or they want to complain about the services they're getting, maybe perhaps lack of response. There are a variety of avenues that we receive complaints, right? Customers call the local office, they're handled by the supervisor manager, customers still not happy, so then they escalate. We have customers that go directly to their legislative offices. And so we get complaints routed through myself and Cheryl from our government relations department with inquiries, questions, and complaints from customers who go directly to their state legislator. In addition, occasionally they go to their federal. So we have received some of those. We also know that we've got customers that I think what happens is they're just looking to talk to somebody who's going to answer the phone at times, because there's times I may get a call, Cheryl gets a call, they're calling our executive director, and then also all 3 commission offices. So there are times that happens. So we get them from a myriad of different places, directions, sometimes multiple places, and we try to be responsive. One of the things that we have identified as an area or gap is on our internet page. We don't have like a real clear, if you are a VR customer, who can you contact if you have a question or a concern? So we're going to work on making that more clear on our internet page. So if customers or a service provider or anybody has a question or a concern that they feel like they're not getting a response, that they know who to contact. And hopefully maybe we'll see a decrease in folks just directly going to our commission offices. It's not going to stop it at all by any means, and that's okay. I think we have a lot of information at our fingertips, and we have individuals who are really good at using the internet, and they're just going to go straight to the top. What we do like and what we expect is that we try to handle things at the local level, because that's where the service delivery is happening, right? So that's what we encourage. And all of our applicants, when they apply for services, they get the Can We Talk brochure, which that explains to them their appeal procedures. If they disagree with their counselor, what are those options? There's a question in there, I'm looking at it now, that says, what happens if I disagree with my counselor? We want you to try to work it out with your counselor first, talk with your counselor. And if not, then you can contact their supervisor. And if you still feel like you can't come to an agreement, then your options are there's a due process hearing, mediation, or the client assistance program is also available to them. So not only are customers given the Can We Talk brochure at the time of application, it's also given at different various points throughout the VR process. And if a counselor is denying a service, at that point, that would be another time that they would receive or provide the customer with the Can We Talk brochure, so that they know their due process rights in regards to a denial of service. So they get it, but it is a brochure. I think oftentimes they may get it and then, they get home and put it in a packet, or maybe it ends up in the trash, or they don't remember that it's there. So then at the point in time when they're wanting to call somebody, they don't know where to look. So we've been asked the question a lot, how do they know who to go to? So in your binder, and Daniel, I'm going to ask if you can pull that 1-page document for me that I just had you replace on the SharePoint side with the corrected phone number on there. And if you could put that up on the screen, then we'll review that and I'll be able to talk through what the document is, and how, if you're contacted and saying you're not by somebody, or you're not able to get a hold of somebody yourself, what avenues are available to try to make contact with someone. So I'll give Daniel just a minute to pull that up.
While he's doing that, this is Michelle.
Yeah.
Is there a way to just upload the PDF of that Can We Talk brochure and put that under the other resources on the website?
We do have it on the website.
Okay.
It's just, I think it's one of those things that unless you know you're going to look for it, it's not real intuitive. Now, what we do plan to do is we're going to try to make it more intuitive that if you do a search on the internet page, like complaint or something, it's going to pull up and it's going to be right there for them. And in addition to listing this information that is up on the screen that I'm going to talk you through, I think that would also be a good place or for us to have the Can We Talk brochure. And again, I mean, I'm even speaking for myself, paper documents, they just go sit in a file at the house. If I want to go look, if I need information, I'm going to look it up online, right? So we need something that's more at your fingertips and online. And so we're going to work on that so that way the information is easily to find and navigate, and you can navigate it on our website. All right.
Can you be
So
given to people in accessible media? You give them the brochure. Is it given to people in accessible media?
So
Braille
we
and
do have the electronic version that's provided to individuals who need it in that format.
What about Braille?
If they need it in Braille, yes, we can get that to them in Braille. Okay, so what this is just a high level one. We wanted to keep it to a 1-page document, right? So who can you go to? Right, if you have questions, concerns, comments, or a complaint. So local. So this is the office they're being served at. We want you to contact your VR counselor directly to try to talk it out with them. But if they want to go to somebody else, then they can call the office and request to speak to the vocational rehabilitation supervisor or the VR manager. And we've included a link to the VR office lookup so that they can identify and get the phone number of that local office. We have about 150 offices across the state, so there's no way we can, on this document, just list all 150 offices. So that's where we point you to, or the phone number of our rapid engagement team. Sometimes they want to go above the VR supervisor or manager. So then who can they go to next? So at the regional office. In 2 of our regions, Region 2 and Region 6, we have a position called the Customer Engagement Officer. And their position, it actually started out as a pilot in Region 2, and their role is to work through customer complaints. Region 2 piloted this, I don't know, 3-4 years ago. And really the idea came about because of the number of complaints that they were seeing. And the deputy regional director was the one who typically handled it. And it became quite a workload. In addition to that, what the region's vision is that this position would be able to help identify trends in the areas of the complaints to provide training, coaching. And so that's exactly what has happened. And so Region 6 was able to identify a position to convert to a customer engagement officer. So that's why you'll see on this document, Region 2 and Region 6, who to contact is different. And that's because they're the primary point of contact to handle complaints in those regions. But you've got the Chris Cole Rehabilitation Center, and they actually have an ombudsman. So if somebody is a student in Chris Cole and has a complaint, they can reach out to Natasha Fields. She's the ombudsman there at Chris Cole. And then, of course, Region 1, we've got the regional director, deputy regional director, their names, the office phone number. Region 2, it's Randall Pearson, the customer engagement officer. Region 3, and we've got Mr. Tony Lawrence here right now today, and Kelly Yarbrough, the deputy regional director. And then we've got Region 4 in East Texas, Dennis Kutash and Malcolm Ifweze. Region 5, we've got Susan Lindsay as the regional director and Tashera Gorbey as the deputy regional director. Now, good news is Region 5 is soon to be added to the list of having a customer engagement officer. So they're still working through that process to get somebody hired, but Region 5 will have a customer engagement officer as well. And then, of course, Region 6, Jeanette Ramos, customer engagement officer. So regional points of contact. Statewide, we know individuals, they just want to go to the top. They want to, that's fine. So who can you give them, what information can you give them if they're looking to go to the top? And so we do have a VR ombudsman. So they can certainly reach out to the VR ombudsman, and they will route those complaints to who they need to go for follow-up and action. And then, of course, if they want to talk to Cheryl or I always try to reach out to the customer first, before Cheryl, to see if I'm able to help resolve any of those issues and concerns and work with the region on those. But there are times that, folks, they say, I want to talk to Cheryl. I want to talk to the division director. And then, of course, we always have available Disability Rights of Texas, the client assistance program, and then file an appeal when they disagree with a decision. And then we've also included the link here to the appeal procedures. Can we talk brochure? We wanted to walk this through with you. If you have any feedback, any input, please, let me know, share that with me. And then we're going to look to get this information posted on our internet site.
Tammy, this is Karen. I wanted to thank you for putting this together. I think it'll be very helpful.
You're welcome. And thank you for bringing it to our attention that this was needed.
Thank you.
Questions, any thoughts?
I have a question. This is Peggy.
Mhm.
And I was just trying to look it up and I haven't found the exact place yet, but I know, in our standards as a contract or as a provider, during our orientation, we give out the information on the can we talk, I think. But we're also not the best experts of it. So ours is really, maybe I shouldn't say this here, but I am. Okay. Here's a program and here's a phone number. If you need assistance, with any decisions. But I wonder if, you should also have something, like this on the provider resource page.
Mhm.
And if it's already there, then I apologize. And I guess I haven't looked at that super recently, but that way we're giving out, the right information. Because we are required to do that per our standards. So that might be helpful to have.
That was good feedback. Thank you, Peggy. Okay.
We've received a whole lot of complaints recently, so what I'm trying to correct is. Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Okay. I said, we've been receiving a lot of complaints recently, so what I'm trying to do is stop the handoff from here to there, everywhere, without anybody talking to the customer. So I've instructed my staff, if you get a call in the regional office, you got the person who will transfer the call to the office, let them know it's coming from me, and to take the call. And it has helped. Big is, they may not be available for anybody, but when I say it's me, I don't care what they're doing, they're going to take the call. So I'm trying to improve the amount of, this is the number to call, or this is the number to call, and they call the number, they call me back and say, well, they said during the meeting they can't talk to me, but they haven't been engaged with that customer for 4 or 5 months. They can take a break and talk to that person and connect. So we recognize, and one of the challenges we have is staff. We're short staffed massively, but there's no reason we should not immediately try to engage our customers. So we're working diligently in improving our communication with our customers without having to hand everything off to somebody else. And I'll even go further, Scott, if somebody called Rapid Engagement and they said, this person said, I haven't spoken to anybody who called me, or call Kelly, and we'll take care of it directly. Okay? Just recommend it.
Thank you.
Folks, any other questions or thoughts? This is something that hopefully nobody will ever have to utilize, but we know that's not the case. So important area. Okay.
Sorry, I do have
Go
one
ahead.
question this is Michelle. Let's say we do have a client that calls at the local level and then they don't like that appeal, and then they just keep calling up. How is that tracked? Is that in their file or so that by the time it reaches you, they've talked to 5 other people and they just don't like the answer that they got, or they haven't talked to someone. So is that customer service, was there like a file on that?
So it should be documented in RehabWorks, but I can tell you my process when I get a complaint, it's not too often that I'm right available to take the call because of meetings and other engagements. So it's usually a message, or it's come my way through like government relations, or it's come through the commission office. So I typically get time before I talk to that customer where I'm able to go in to look into RehabWorks to see what's going on with the case, right? And government relations, the commission offices, Mr. Serna's office, if he gets a message, they're relaying the information of what that individual's message is or what they've shared with them. So I'm able to kind of get a somewhat of an idea of what their concern is, their complaint is. And then I go to RehabWorks. And if I don't have enough information to feel confident in maybe who they've already talked to, or what, has maybe already been explained to them, then I work with the regional offices to say, hey, can you talk with the manager, the supervisor, the counselor, what's going on with this case, so that I have some background and current information before I call that customer. But there is, and we want to be responsive, but to your point, we do have some individuals that, no matter what you do. And there's been a few that, once they talk to me, they aren't even happy with that. They want to continue to go up the chain. And, there have been times that we've had to address that with the customer. Correct. And our VR ombudsman, and also customer relations. So anything that goes through that customer relations, they're tracking. No, customer relations does the tracking. Yeah, customer relations. So there's that 1-800 number that would go to customer relations. But what customer relations does, they'll take the information, they forward it to our VR ombudsman, and then we handle it, but they're still tracking. So they're tracking, but the VR ombudsman came on board in August of last year. So it's been a year. So almost, I think, began tracking in August, first part of September, has started internally tracking as well, so that we're able to look at, where the complaints are coming from, and also ensuring that we're being responsive in a timely manner. You're welcome.
Jordan Henderson, thumbs up. Jordan, go ahead.
Yay, I finally got the camera to work. Sorry about that. So I kind of think when you're talking about the complaint process, and the information may already be there and I'm just overlooking it, but I think one thing that might be helpful and keep people from going up the chain too prematurely is if it's better communicated the amount of time they should give the person to respond. So for example, if the first person to start with is your counselor, okay, well, when you have the issue, you need to give your counselor X amount of time. And then if she doesn't, okay, you reach out to her supervisor, they need to be given this amount of time, and so forth. Because I think
Go ahead.
Because I think that might also help with the level of frustration there is sometimes when people are complaining, is because there is no clear cut time of when they should respect a reply by. And so, at least if you're communicating the amount of time to give someone, at least they're not just waiting. It's a little bit of a different waiting when you have a deadline than when it's just waiting, if that makes sense. And I'm going to mute so I don't cause feedback.
Okay, thank you, Jordan, and thank you for that input. Well, I think that that would be something that would be ideal, going back to even what Mr. Serna explained during his remarks this morning. I think timeframes differ, right? We do expect that our counselors and our staff are responsive. I know that, in our units, our units should have systems in place that if the counselor is going to be out, that there's a contact information so that if a customer does need to reach someone immediately, that they can do that. The counselor should be providing the customer with their rehabilitation assistance contact information. So if they're out, but in rural areas, or even, for example, our TVRCs who are out in the schools quite a bit, it's going to be difficult to contact them when they're out in the community, they're traveling, they're meeting with other customers. Now, I also understand that when you're trying to make contact, because personally, I want to make contact. So, I don't think it's ever reasonable to allow a week to go by without a response. Ideally 24 hours of having some sort of acknowledgement or response is what we would like to see, but we've also got to be, I guess, realistic in, looking at, is the counselor in the office? Is the counselor in meetings? Is the counselor, what do they already have on that day? But it should never go beyond a week. I would even say 3 days for somebody to make contact. But there's a lot of if a customer is, I always get a little discouraged when I get a complaint saying it's been five months and I haven't been able to get in touch with someone. Okay, so taking a step back, why has that been? And is there not somebody else that they knew how to reach out to? And so that's why we're putting this in place, the information on our internet, so that hopefully that doesn't continue to happen. And that if they're not hearing back from somebody in a couple of days, that they don't wait, they contact somebody else so that we can respond to them.
I like that. I would just say whatever is put online, if you could make sure a clear picture on timeline for response before moving up, I think that would greatly improve the outcome of complaints, not only with potentially decreasing the amount that you and Cheryl get, but also potentially de-escalating people, because at least they have a time frame and they have something to follow.
That's really good recommendation. So we'll see what we can maybe add there. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Jordan. Any other final comments or questions for Tammy? Thanks, Tammy. Very, very informative.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is some council business. Two of the items we are going to push back to the next meeting. The first one being the May minute approval, and the second one being the RCT budget update. We're going to push those to the fall meeting. Next item for the council is, we have our annual officer, elections. For the chair, thank you for your confidence. I'm running unopposed, so once again, not sure what I did to deserve it, but I do appreciate it, and I hope to lead us with the same grace and purpose as I've done in the past. We do have a vice chair elections. We have a few candidates, a few folks that were nominated, and they've. And apparently, the microphone is not close enough to me. Hopefully, this will be a bit better. So we have a few folks that have been nominated and have accepted nominations. Let's go around, give them a minute or two to say a few words. Noreen, why don't we start with you? And I think you are actually, well, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate that. And I'm so glad that you'll be serving for another year as our chair. And so, but as for myself and the position, the nomination as for vice chair, I'd like to withdraw. I'm new to the committee for one, and secondly, I think there's a lot of committee work that I'd rather get involved in, and I'll be working closely with Karen in the policy committee. So I want to focus my time and energy on that. So I'd like to withdraw my nomination.
Good. Next, Jordan, and I'm literally calling on folks in the order that, you know, there's zero reason for this order, to be honest. Jordan, do you want to say a few words for your interest in the chair position?
Sure. Hello. I think I would be a good fit as vice chair. Because what I bring to the committee is the unique background of not only being a consumer of VR services, but I also have had the opportunity of learning how to navigate the different complex systems within VR. To the point that I actually got someone approved as a vendor so that I could get training that they provide covered. I think there's lots of room for improvement within VR, and so that would kind of be my focus, would be helping to improve relations between consumers, providers, and VR staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Our incumbent vice chair, Peggy.
Thank you. I am currently the provider liaison for the RCT, and I work in the I work in the North Dallas area as a provider for a nonprofit, and have done that for actually just over 25 years. I think I just hit that mark last year. So I have a wide array of the provider issues, and always really strive to ensure individuals are hitting their benchmarks and what they want. I love supported employment and employment in general and how it assists people. Thanks.
Thanks, Peggy. Unfortunately, Jennifer Klaus, the other nominee, is not with us. She had a prior obligation. She's been in council for a number of years. Please do not hold her absence today against her. Our membership and education committee chair, Emily Robinson, has sent out a voting link to the council members who are vote eligible. We're gonna keep that open until either Wednesday or until everybody has voted and we actually do have a vice chair. So please look for that link from Emily. If you haven't received it, please let me know. Please let Lisa Godwin know and let Emily know, and we will make sure you actually have it. I think everybody who is willing to volunteer and who is willing to accept the nomination, let me just say, there's no losers in this race. Everybody is absolutely outstanding. And, I'm very, very happy with anyone here to be a vice chair to support the work of the council. So vote early, don't vote often, just once. And voting often, you can save that for November. If you voted for Nareen already because the link went out earlier this morning, vote twice. Vote twice. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody on this item. One walk-in for the council business is one of the things we always do is we send a small delegation to a national conference, CSAVR, NCSRC. The one in the fall is in late October, October 19th through, I believe, 23rd, 24th, something like that. It's a fantastic opportunity to interact with our peers in other states, both peers in their versions of RCT, as well as VR staff from other states. Great time to basically learn what everybody else is doing, some best practices, share some of the things that we do. RSA always makes a great appearance there, so it's a great chance to interact with RSA folks. If you're interested in attending, this is to the council members, not to the members of general public. Please let me know. Please let me know, and we'll send the right folks there. We'll send the folks. We'll send the delegations as we always do. It's in Seattle, in the fall, if it matters. Any other items for council business that council members want to bring forward on a walk-in basis?
Benani, would you tell me or send me some information? I cannot find my old application. I need to reapply for another term because my term ends. My 3-year term ends, and I can't find the information that I need to reapply if I'm going to be on the council another 3 years.
Yes, of course. Of course. We'll get you the right information.
Please, because I need to get that done.
Yep.
Unless y'all want me off the council. Nobody said anything.
Oh no! Hey, I left. No, I'm just taking a note down to.
Okay, no, seriously, I need to reapply, and I can't find my old application. I can't find the information somewhere, and I'm sure it's just. I don't want. I can anyway. Thanks. I'd appreciate that.
Of course, yeah, of course. I'm sure it's buried somewhere in the inbox.
It's in the yeah, it's buried in my computer in the cyber somewhere.
Okay. At 4:45, we have some public comments. We have a few signups. So we'll wait for 4:45 for folks that are wishing to make public comments. Consider this a 3-minute break until then. All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's take a look at the folks who signed up to make public comments. Let's see how many of them are online and give them a chance to make the public comment. We have a kind of a joint sign up for both today and tomorrow. So whoever's not online today, hopefully they'll be online tomorrow. First, looking for Ms. Tanika Combs. Is Ms. Combs on the line? What about Ms. Amber Nelson? If Ms. Nelson is on the line, unmute yourself or raise your hand. Okay. Looking for Mr. Michael Carver. Mr. Carver. All right, moving on. Miss Patricia Longoria. Is Miss Longoria with us? All right, and then the last one of the signups, Miss Leanna Dela Cruz. Is Miss Dela Cruz with us? Okay. Hopefully, hopefully they will be able to join us tomorrow for their public comments. Folks, thank you so much. I'm gonna adjourn the session. Sorry, I'm gonna recess us for today, and we will see everybody else tomorrow. We will see everybody tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. in the morning. Cheers, everybody. Have a fantastic evenings.